move this podium up a little bit? No? Okay.
She's not fine.
I left my dog there too. She's getting
Huh? Is it 5? See, they were saying 4:30, something about 4:30 up there, so.
You guys are fine.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just get set up then.
Council meeting will recess at 5.
Okay, well then let me not set up then. Thank you for telling me. Sometimes. I appreciate me when my brain works better.
The time is now 4:33 p.m. on Monday, April 21st. I call this special city council meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley? Present. Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Present. Mr. Jarrett is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter? I'm present. Ms. Winfrey Carter is present. You have 5 members present.
We have 5 members present. Mr. Pfeiffer, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Before we get to the prayer of blessing, is there anyone who would like to acknowledge someone who has passed? A councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I'd like to acknowledge the passing of the Pope and all the Catholics of this community who have lost the leader of their church.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right, seeing as how there is no one else. Ms. Winfrey Carter, would you like to lead us in the prayer of blessing? No. Thank you. Mr. Alamin, will you please lead us in the prayer of blessing?
Sir, are you there yet? Oh my God, the president is here now.
Dear fellow council members and esteemed members of the audience, as we gather here today as a member of Flint City Council and residents of the city of Flint, let us take a moment to reflect on our shared purpose and the diverse community we serve. We may come from different backgrounds and walks of life. However, let's not allow our differences to stop us from uniting in our commitment to better serve the residents of Flint. Dear Almighty God, grant us clarity of thought and grant us the strength of purpose to serve our community with integrity and with compassion. Amen.
Thank you. It's now time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery in disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. It is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box was placed at the entrance of the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speaker slips will be accepted before the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment with only one speaking opportunity. Speaker slips must be fully filled out and signed. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
There's only one speaker for this meeting, and that is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. For the record, a moment of silence for my friend Dolores and David, the nephew of the Stapler Singers, who made that song, I'll Take You There, passed away this month. And thank you very much. Known as King David, because okay, now, for the record again, on last week when we had broke up the forum, we was a preacher wanted from North Carolina. He sat right beside of me, him and his wife. And then you asked, anybody want to pray? Then he got halfway there and the president interrupted
Mr. Mitchell,
him.
could you please hold for 1 second?
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, start the time, please. Thank you. Proceed.
Yeah, like I was saying, it was a reverend from North Carolina. He watched this show on the telly all down in North Carolina, on the light-skinned side of Carolina. That's the way back in Georgia. But I don't know how you got away with his wife is a white lady. But anyway, he wanted to pray, but you see Second Ward interrupted me, and she called him back, and she wanted to pray. But he said he'll be back. He kept shaking my hand. He said, Mitchell, I watch you on the telly every time I be down south. And believe me, I prayed silently, even though she called me back from praying. But I'm still praying. He gonna pray some more, and he gonna bring some more people up here, busload, to deal with the Second Ward woman, or with that whatever kind of laws she tried to put. But now back to us with the brownfield in Flint. We got more brownfield in Flint than anybody in the United States, and we using it. Like on Stewart Street, taking care of the homeless vets. The house went up within 3 weeks. That's the mess hall, but we're gonna have some more private units for the ones out there and see what they do with them. And just like Second Ward said, it ain't nothing in that area because she come to work there every day. We decided to put a gunshot range right down, turn the fire people's. And anyway, and to you, Madam Second President, to Madam Shack, and you're doing a good job looking at Whittier Junior High School in Central. Although you think you can't make up your mind whether to tear Central down and Whittier Junior High School, and Tarzan over there can't do nothing with McKinley over there on Fenton Road, on Atherton Road, Junior High School. My high school, junior high, I came out of, went to Southwestern too, and it's still standing. And Miss Priestley with the money bag. They said happy Easter, but now you see what happened to the Poke. I think he got run over by the motorcycle, and who gonna replace him, madam? Is any blue smoke gonna come out of it or white smoke? And although people behind the walls dealing with the devil, but they don't want to tell the public. The devil in real life, and only Miss Priestley know, with the money bag. Stay tuned, America. And for the rest of them coming in, they let me only want to speak, and I was finna say, snake bite burns. She checked, I don't know where I heard that from, but it's Miss Madam Burns bite you need to be bit. Snake bite burns because she got stalemate reward from Philadelphia, freedom of speech.
All right,
Stay
thank you
tuned.
so much. Next public speaker.
That was the only speaker for this meeting.
All right, seeing that's the only public speaker, do we have anyone for council response? Anyone for council response? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and
Oh,
take.
wait, I'm sorry, I didn't grab that fast enough.
Go ahead, Councilwoman 7-4.
Thank you so much. I do want to acknowledge that we had two pretty big ribbon cuttings happen last week. The first one being for one of the businesses that will be moving into the Ashley Capitol building, and this is the building that we will be getting the tax capture off of. And so I am excited to see that they have a company that is in there now. I believe they're going to, were you going to correct something, Judy? No? Okay. And then I know that they are looking to place a second business in that building as well. So that is moving along, and they had a ribbon cutting last week. And then I also want to acknowledge Johnson's Pharmacy, which is located right here on Saginaw Street downtown. It's a family-owned pharmacy. They also had a ribbon cutting, and so that's just another way that residents can get their prescriptions filled while being able to stay inside of their city, because what we see happening around us right now are a lot of the big box stores are closing, and they're closing their pharmacies, and so we're losing ways for people to have to get their medications in accessible ways. And so now we have a new pharmacy downtown where it might be a little bit easier for Flint residents or anyone close to Flint that might want to stop in there and get their prescriptions filled as well. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam, there you go, Chair.
That'll work. All right, and so since I'm last, I would like to just emphasize that the inaugural Flint Litter League is now underway. We have our 4 teams, which is piloted right here on Flint's north side and is powered by the Community Foundation of Greater Flint. Just a reminder, a lot of partnerships can turn water into wine, when you reach out, when you have a heart to serve. So we have 4 teams that have immediately decided to take the charge to help beautify and help eliminate blight in the on the north side specifically. And if this pilot program is successful, then we are looking to take this throughout the entire city. Again, Flint Litter League. And what are we doing? This is the gamification of community beautification. So this is a way for us to get engaged, for us to step outside of our normal realm, out of our council seat, and really put our money where your mouth is, per se. So we are excited to have the Maid Institute, which immediately jumped on board. And then we also have Mayor Sheldon Neely and his Blight Squad immediately jumped on board. Then we also had the Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Greater Flint jumped on board. And then next we also had the LaShawn Johnson cleanup crew jumped on board. I mean, we have to turn people away for this pilot project. So we're excited to see the community coming together to help beautify our community and for doing something positive. That is why we were elected to be change makers, and I look forward to doing just that. So thank you so much, Councilwoman in the 7th Ward, for talking about those monumental ribbon cuttings, because what does that mean for our community? It means jobs for our residents. And so we're excited to see that. It means more tax money. We're excited to see that. And so I'd also like to thank the council members that supported that initiative so much, because this is how we move Flint forward and how we do it together. So we will go ahead and move on with the consent agenda.
Hold on, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councilman.
So I have an announcement as well. On April 25th, this Friday, from 1 to 4, we'll be hosting our annual expungement and child support clinic in partnership with Legal Services of Eastern Michigan, City of Flint, myself and others, and this will be held at the Mays Senior and Community Center. So if you have anyone out there who could benefit from having a record expunged or getting caught up on that child support, we'll be hosting this event this Friday from 1 to 4. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that important news. So now we'll move on to the consent agenda. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right, motion to approve the consent agenda. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. All right, any separations?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I have a couple of separations. I would like to separate 250097.
What page is that on?
It is on page 6.
Thank you.
250100, as well on page 6. And I think that's about it for me right
All right.
now.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All righty. So the consent agenda will contain everything with the exception of Resolution 250097 and 250100. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair,
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
what are the separating agenda items?
I just read them.
Could you, Madam Chair, could you read those again, please? You went rather fast. And
Okay,
this-
sure. So the separate agenda items are 250097, the reallocation of ARPA funds for the Water Rate Stabilization Fund. And the second one is Resolution 250100, the reallocation of ARPA funds for the youth job trainings for the City of Flint Second Clean and Safe Summer Program.
Okay, Madam Chair, so we didn't separate, and so this goes to the consent agenda. So we did not separate 250082, is that correct?
We only separated those two that I just read.
I actually did, we separate 250082. I couldn't find a pen, so it's 250082.
No, we didn't separate that.
Can we separate that, please?
Anyone else?
If you could give us a brief second. This was an unplanned meeting.
The agenda been out for a minute.
Not a minute, Madam Chair. It was this, I think, Friday or Saturday.
Right.
We did 250097, 250100. I'd like to separate.
We already did that, Ms. Burns.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm going through it. Thank you. If you can just be kind enough as I go through this, I appreciate that. And that is, I would like to separate 250118.
All right. So, Ms. Mashat?
I missed the Councilwoman Burns' very first separation.
The first one.
It was 250082. It's the reallocation of funds for the Freedom School Collaborative.
Did we, Madam Chair, did we do 250085 too?
No.
I'd like to separate that too.
All right, Ms. Mashat?
No, that was it. I just didn't hear what was separated. I'm good.
All right, so the separated resolutions are 25008.
Madam Chair.
What is your separation?
Thank you. 250111, the amended Riemann and Robeson additional outstanding charges, City of Flint audit.
Okay. All right. Any more separations? All right, so as I read off the separated items, 250082, 250085, 250097, 250100, 250111, and 250118. All those items have been separated. So roll call for the consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, I just want to point out for the record that it's 250111.1 for the Raymond Robson.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
All right, the vote is 7 yes, 0 no, so the consent agenda passes. So, all right, so moving on, we are on to the first separated item. Pleasure, we're at 250082, reallocation of ARPA funds for the Freedom School Collaborative. What pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Charlene.
I'd like to make a motion to send 250082/T to council.
Well, this count.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right, any support? Supported by the council.
No, it's not moved to council, it's
Yeah.
to approve.
It's approved. All righty, so it is supported by the councilman of the 7th Ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
through you to Mr. Moore and Paul B., the deputy chief, I have a question.
Madam
Or
Chair,
maybe it's to Seamus, too. I know Seamus.
Go ahead.
His child.
while they're walking down, if I can just remind the council that you really need to speak into the microphones, because I've been getting complaints from people online that cannot hear what you're saying.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So the Flint affiliation, how long is it taking? And Seamus, this might be one for you. The nonprofits that we're approving with the ARPA funds, how long will it take for them to get these funds?
So this one is Flint Freedom School, not Flint Affiliation, right?
Not affiliation?
No, this is Flint Freedom School.
Flint Freedom School. That's the one from last year.
That's the one where Miss Makisha Loring was written on the board or something. Her address was City of Flint, and you asked for them to correct that, and they did. They made the correction. It actually was done prior, but they didn't update us to let us know that it actually has been changed. So her right and correct address is on the website right now.
Right, and I believe we did receive, I think, the legal opinion that it is not a conflict of interest for her to be on there.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's it.
Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? All right, we are looking for a roll call vote for Resolution 240082. Roll call, Madam Clerk. 25, we're on 82.
No, you said 24.
Oh, I'm sorry. 250082. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That resolution is approved. So now we're moving on to Resolution 250085.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Wait, we
Motion to-
separated 8-4.
motion to approve 250085, reallocation of ARPA funds, Youth Arts Unlocked.
All right, is there any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I don't have my laptop with me. Maybe through you to Seamus, could you, this is the one where we're giving money to the Juvenile Detention Center. And if you can just put your hand up through the back, I know you got the little one there. Is this the one that, through that one? Yes. Okay, and, okay, that's all I need, because thank you.
Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? All right, we're looking to have a vote for Resolution 250085. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett is absent. Mr. Alamin?
No.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. So that resolution for Youth Arts Unlocked fails. Moving on to Resolution 250097. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
motion to approve 250097, reallocation of ARPA funds, water rate stabilization fund.
All right, any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Through you to Mr. Moore, and I don't know if he'll be able to answer because it's usually done in tandem to you, Paul. My question is, some of the questions that were not answered, which we're required to follow the water distribution system optimization plan. Some of the questions that I had asked, I don't believe I've gotten all those answers back. Yes.
At the last meeting, Councilmember Pfeiffer requested some changes to the resolution which we've made. If you'd like me to pass that out, I can.
Can you say that again? I didn't understand that.
At the last meeting, Councilmember Pfeiffer requested that we make some changes to the resolution.
Okay, so you have some changes there for us?
I do.
Okay, so then we're going to be having a add-on. Okay.
No, it'd be amended.
Amended.
Thank you.
I haven't seen them.
Thank you.
Is this for just changing it to the fund or transfer fund instead? Okay. Okay, so this is the change, because so people see us getting this. So this is during the conversation, it was discovered that the fund did not have limits on it, and the fund could be used for more than just for water. So this was the changes to where you're making a transfer. Can you just tell us what this is and what's the difference between the two?
At the last meeting, the request was made to do it as a transfer to the water fund, which is what this does. We will no longer have a water rate stabilization fund. It'll just be a transfer to the water fund. It has very nominal impact in terms of the accounting. The accounting is almost identical. So it makes sense, it's easy, and the administration agrees with it.
So before the water stabilization fund was a new fund? Is
correct.
That okay,
that's correct, but you need to understand that when it came time to like the financial statements for the city, that the rate stabilization fund would have been consolidated with the water fund. So there's really not much difference.
Okay, but except for this one, it goes directly to the fund. We don't have to create a new fund, so it basically takes all the guesswork out of it when your conversation, when we had with Councilman Pfeiffer and through our other colleagues. So this will give the temporary needed relief for the water stabilization fund, is that correct?
That's correct.
And
Okay,
then-
so let me pause you, Councilwoman Burns.
Point of order, this is my time.
I understand, but we have a budget meeting at 5 o'clock.
This
So,
is-
Madam, Ms. Burns, please.
No,
So what we have to do, thank you for allowing me to do my job. The chair will entertain a motion to thank you, to recess this meeting immediately after the budget meeting, or to postpone the budget hearing to after this meeting, or after this resolution. So, again, the chair will entertain. Don't shake your head.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to go into recess until 9, I believe the budget hearing ends at 9,
Correct.
till 9 o'clock.
No.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor to go into recess until 9 o'clock. Any support? Okay, no support. The chair will entertain another motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Machette.
I'd like to make a motion that we go into recess after we finish this discussion item to go into our budget hearing.
All right, so a motion has been made to go into the budget hearing after this budget item, supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett is absent.
Because I want to take care of the business.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
Well, the vote is 4 yes, 3 no, so that motion failed. The chair will entertain another motion, or we will have to adjourn this meeting anyway. So, it's on this body. Go ahead and speak to my, go ahead, madam. Hold on, Mr. Mitchell, let's not do
We
that.
can keep this going.
Proceed.
No, we can't. We have a public hearing that's been published.
We can keep this meeting going.
No, we cannot.
Yes, we can.
So,
Clerk.
Madam Chair.
Madam Clerk.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
Because the budget was already posted to start at a certain time, and it is considered a public hearing, a public meeting that we have to start, I'm asking my colleagues if we could please just finish this discussion item and then go into what we posted. Because legally, we have to go into what we posted, so we can at least just finish up this discussion item. So I'd like to make a motion for us to. Madam Clerk, am I correct in that?
The council can entertain you can make a motion to delay the start of the public hearing, the budget hearing, until after this council meeting, if that's your pleasure.
Support.
All right, I'm glad the colleague decided to finally do that. So there's a motion on the floor. Yes, you're right. So there's a motion on the floor to postpone the budget hearing to after, is it this meeting? Or to after this meeting?
To decide.
All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is absent. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. So we will continue with this meeting and postpone the budget meeting to after this meeting. So, Ms. Burns, you may proceed.
So, Mr. Moore, so I get this is just the transfer, but I did still have questions about with this funds, the funds transfer and dealing with the water distribution system optimization plan. Are we doing $6 million worth of water main replacements each year?
We're doing a lot of, I can't tell you the exact amount of the replacement mains, but we are doing planning for replacing the mains. We're also planning to just upgrade the infrastructure in general. There's water, there's more than just the mains for the water infrastructure that need to be upgraded.
Right. Have you heard of the water optimization plan?
Yes.
Okay. And so are we following that plan, and where are we at on this plan?
I know the very basics. You need somebody from the water plant to really answer that question.
Do we know when Mr. Miller, is he doing okay, or when he will be back?
My understanding is that he's have begun to have some limited office hours, which is a good sign, so he should be back shortly.
Okay. So he is still out. So these are, and a lot of these questions deal with this plan, which deals with these enterprise funds, and he's not here. And I don't even see Amanda here. So, okay, thank you.
Anyone else in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, okay, so we switched the account for the money to go right into the water fund, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, will this also help with the sewage cost?
No, this would be 100% water. The sewer fund is in better shape financially than the water fund is.
Okay, how much of a better shape? Are we looking at increases as far as the sewage cost?
No, we're not.
Until when? Next year.
My guess is that we got at least 2 or 3 years before we have to.
Because we need to also think about that part of the water bill.
You're absolutely right. Yes, it's all a package, and the sewer fund is just as important as the water fund.
So what is the plan as far as the sewage rates?
We do not need a rate increase at this point, and we have a few years to get to look at that, and we don't anticipate having to increase the rate in 26 or 27.
But just as proactive as we're trying to be with the water fund, we need to be proactive as far as the sewage fund.
I would agree.
Because if you look at the water bill, it goes hand in hand, right?
Absolutely.
People are concerned about the water bills, period.
Right.
No talk about the sewage rate. And we need to have a plan as far as the sewage rate.
That's correct.
So when can we get a plan as far as the sewage rate? Because we're looking at that increase as well.
One of the requirements of our wastewater permit is that we have to have an asset management plan, which is underway. And the asset management plan will help determine how much you need to have in the future, what you need to do for the future. As you're aware, we are spending millions of dollars right now replacing a force main, one of the big projects. That's probably the biggest project the city has right now, is for the force main.
Okay, so last week in our discussion, you said that the residents' rate, without this $2 million, the residents' rate would increase to $5 to $7, right?
That's correct.
So, with this $2 million, the residents will not look at any increases as of now.
That's correct.
Until when?
We will re-examine that every year. At this point, we believe it'll get us through 26 and probably through 27, but we'll re-examine 27 next fall or next spring.
Okay, do we have a plan?
Our plan is to look at it every single year, and we're comfortable that in 26 and most likely 27, we're not going to have a rate increase.
Okay, how are we doing with collecting overdue water bills?
That's a problem area. We have a large balance in receivables for both water and sewer, and that has risen so that now approximately 20% of our customers are delinquent or behind in their bills.
Okay, and that's a question for Amanda.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Moore, this is a partial of what I asked for. I asked for how these dollars would be used, and this is basically only saying that's going to be for the 5.9% increase.
Right. I can show you how our costs have increased over time. I don't have copies of this for everyone. Since our last rate increase, we've had some significant increases in different areas. And, you know, purchase of water is one of them. The bad debt expense, which Councilmember Winfrey Carter talked about, is another one. We're spending more.
That bad debt is wrapped up, that is the money that we pay GLEWA that's wrapped up into the 11 million, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So the purchase of water is actually only 5.9 million, correct?
Well, yes. Well, that's net. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
I don't. When I completed that, I didn't view that as being done. I thought my deadline was going to be on Wednesday, and I didn't find out about today's meeting until this afternoon.
That's fine. So, what is this $2 million going to be used for? And
it will be used to balance the water fund, which is just, you know, we don't just separate the cost out. It's a part of the overall cost of running the system.
So a portion of it is going to go to the 5.9% increase, but the other portion of it is going to go basically into the water general fund? It's not a general fund, but is that a correct statement?
The other operating costs for the water fund, yes.
So why does this have the same account number as the water stabilization fund?
The account number has not been created yet because the city council hasn't taken action yet, so we could just reuse the same number we had listed before. Since it doesn't exist yet, we're just going to reassign it a new name.
Since what doesn't exist?
The rate stabilization fund doesn't exist yet. There's no council action to generate that, so we just recycle the number because it doesn't exist. We can use it for the transfer.
But what is the so this is going to go into the 591 account though, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So where can I get a breakdown of what this $2 million is going to be used for?
Well, what you have is a partial list of the types of things. It's basically every cost that we have. There's been increases over the last 10 years. And we have to balance the fund, and this will be used for all the different costs. It's not we're not earmarked for just this thing. It's, the water cost is part of it, but also the other costs of running the water system are also important as well.
So how much of this $2 million is going just for the water increase? An estimate would work. Just a rough number.
I don't know. Probably I'm guessing without being at my desk, I'd guess maybe $500,000 or so.
Okay. And then the rest of the 1.5 million is going to go into
just other operating expenses.
Just normal operating costs.
Yeah, whether it be chemicals, professional services, employee pay packages, all the costs have increased over the last 10 years.
Okay.
And the purpose was just to make it so we don't have to have a rate increase next fiscal year.
No, I get it, and I just want to be transparent that the $2 million wasn't entirely for the rate increase. It was for other operating costs.
Yeah, all the costs have been increased.
So if we didn't have those other operating costs, potentially we could sustain 4+ years with this rate increase with this $2 million. Is that correct?
But everything's going up, as you know.
I'm sorry?
All our costs are going up, as you're aware, whether it be utilities or chemicals or what have you.
All right. Anyone else in the first round? All right. Anyone in the second round?
Oh, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to amend 250097 to 250097.1. Because we have new language. Oh, Because instead of creating a water fund, it is transferring directly into instead of creating a water stabilization fund, it is going directly into the water fund, rather than an intermediary step.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor to amend Resolution 250097 to 250097.1. Any support? Support. All right, it's been supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion? All right.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
there's no discussion on the motion to amend.
Sure is.
Okay, thank you. One clear. All right, so we'll go straight into the roll call vote, and this is to amend Resolution 250097 to 250097.1. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. So Resolution 250097 has been amended to 250097.1. So now, what is the pleasure of the body?
Make a motion that we approve the point one.
All right, so there's a motion to approve Resolution 250097.1. Any support? Support. Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Byrne.
Thank you. To Mr. Moore. I don't know why. Mr. Moore, I have a question. So when we talk about lowering the water bills, I know that we do not have, I don't know who would be able to speak to this, but the city of Flint has a $9.2 million leak detection meter. Do we know what percentage of our leaks, of our water that we pay for that just goes through leaks in our system?
I do not know, but I can find out from Mr. Miller.
Okay, because I know it was over 50%, so over 50% of our water with this new meter.
I should be able to get it closer, and I can probably get it even without. I'll get you the answer for that. That's
Okay. Do I need to? I don't have my lap. Do you need me to shoot you an email to ask you that question? Because if we're losing 50% of the water that we're paying for, and we don't know where it's going, so
that number strikes me as being very high. I don't think it's that high, but I'll find out. I'll let you know.
Okay. Do I need to email you, or are you good?
I'm good.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Moore, I want to stress, I know Amanda's not here. I want to stress what my colleague said about how we can uprate our negative receivables from residents that are wholly past due. Because I think we're running a $10 million deficit in the water fund alone. So I'm going to be looking for a plan on how we can collect.
There are a number of ways that could happen. We could, let me get together with Amanda and we'll get some ideas.
Get with the city attorney and see what we
yeah.
can do legally as well, because the $10 million deficit that was this fiscal year, I'd like to know if that's truly a real number and what we can do to collect. I mean, is it quicker turnoffs? I mean, we got some people that run $10,000 bills, but still have, still accumulating negative balance.
There are some changes we can make to our water shut-off policy that could make it easier to shut it off. So,
because the folks who pay shouldn't be penalized.
I would agree.
This $2 million, if this passes, is a literal Band-Aid on a bullet hole. So I'm hoping that the administration has a plan to right-size this with our escalating cost, and Mr. Edwards is coming. I'm assuming he has something to, because our collectibles aren't getting any better, so. Mr. Edwards, did you have something to speak on?
I would just say that, as we continue to look at this issue, yeah, we're having discussions about better ways. We're looking at all aspects of this water situation. The $2 million, as you pointed out, is a placeholder for us to get past this process, move on and get past this process. But it's a strategic move that's necessary at this stage while we continue to evaluate all the other pieces. The water saving, we're looking for ways to save in all aspects of this issue. In terms of water leaks or whatever's going on with the system, we're working hard to try to, Mr. Miller and his team has been working hard to try to figure out other ways that we can save. So right now, this was just a temporary measure, if you will.
No, I understand that. I'm
Yeah.
just wondering, when are we going to be presented a plan on how we have I'm going to say a water fund bankruptcy plan, because that's where it's headed. If we don't right-size these negative deficits.
I think that based on conversations we're having to evaluate our system, our capacity, things that we're doing with the city, things we're doing with state, and we're doing with the federal government. I think that during the next several months, we're working on a plan that will probably be more comprehensive. There's still pieces, as I said before, still things that we're trying to work through and fully understand so that we're not guessing and giving inaccurate information, but giving you the appropriate information based on real assessments of our system, real assessments of our financial capability, real assessments of the total, giving the total picture.
Okay. I look forward to hearing whatever the plan is, because the ARPA dollars are gone. So we're not going to have a bailout, even a $2 million placeholder in the future. So we have to put boots on the ground and paper to pencil to figure out a plan. So I look forward to hearing that.
Yeah, if I could just add to it, is that you should know that this has been an issue that has been constantly, I say that very boldly, constantly reviewed by the city, by Eagle, and by EPA. We're constantly talking about what really needs to happen to make our system more viable, more affordable.
But talk isn't changing any of our policy, to be honest.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
So the uncollectibles for the water has been one of my biggest pet peeves since I got on council. I also mentioned last year during budget time that we needed to raise the water rates then. And I also stated that if we do, none of us would be reelected if we so choose to run again. So what is the issue? We only have a certain number of shutoffs that we can do in a day because we have limited staff. Shutoff seems to be the only way to get people to pay their bills. However, we have people who put cement down their shutoff so we can't get to them. And we have people who live without water anyways. I get numerous calls about houses without running water and electricity and people living in them. We can shut off the water, but how do we stop them from living in a house that should be condemned because it has no running water or electricity? That's one of my questions for Mr. Ryder. And I just want people to know that this is issue that is across the city, and it's a bigger issue than we can address because the will is not here to force people out of homes without water and electricity. And that's what other communities would do. If you don't have running water, you don't have electricity, your house is condemned and you can't live in a condemned house. We condemn houses with no water, no electricity, and people are still living there and we don't do anything about it. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing that there's no one else in the second round, I'll go ahead and take my time. So Councilman in the 8th Ward and also Councilman in the 4th Ward, they make a great point. How can we get residents to pay? You know, and so it starts here. It starts here on council. So maybe council members that can assist with this effort. What will motivate you to pay your water bill? So we can make. So how can we motivate individuals to pay their water bill? If we are asking for individuals, for residents to pay, we must all be paid up here as well. So what motivates us to do this? We must be fair. Can't expect the residents to do something that we're not doing up here. And so thank you all so much for coming up with an ideal solution, because this is what we were elected to do. This is what you all are employed to do, come up with solutions. Thank you for your work in the water plant. Thank you so much with your help with this. But again, this is going to take a all hands on deck efforts to make sure that we do right by the residents. So thank you all so much. So now we will go ahead and move on to, thank you. You all can go sit down. All right, so we will move on with the resolution. We are at resolution 2, hold on, let me see, I wrote it down. All right, got it. Yep, 240097.1. That's 250097.1. All right, and roll call, Madam, Ms. Burns, are you going to participate in the vote? I just want to be fair, to put you on the record. Are you going to participate in the Water Stability Fund vote? Okay, got it. So go ahead, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no. So that resolution passes. So now we're on to the next resolution, which is Resolution 250100, reallocation of ARPA funds for youth jobs. Pleasure of the body.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
motion to approve Resolution 250100.
All right, resolution to approve 250100. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you. Madam Chair, through you to Simons, did we make changes to this?
Miss Shelley Sparks Green was here on Wednesday when this was on the meeting then, the council, special council meeting then. We didn't have quorum. Unfortunately, Miss Sparks Green is sick today, so she's not here to be able to speak to it. So I'll leave that with you to either keep it here if you can until she's, like I said, she was here on Wednesday. We didn't have quorum, but unfortunately she's sick today to speak to it. So if you could keep it in council or in this meeting, that would be greatly appreciated so she can answer your questions.
All right.
Okay. I'll yield and let the rest of my colleagues speak on this if need be. Thank you.
All right, anyone else like to speak on youth jobs in the 1st round? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, whether or not she's here to speak to it or not, this resolution has not changed. So until they identify the 6 or 7 nonprofits that this is going to, and how much they're gonna get paid and how many people they're gonna hire, so on and so forth, I'm still a no. Thank you.
Right, anyone else in the first round? Right, anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? Go ahead, do you want the floor?
Madam Chair, yeah.
Go ahead, second round.
It's my understanding that Seamus just asked that we postpone this or leave it here, so I would like to make a amended motion and leave it in council until we can hear from Ms. Sparks Green.
All right, there's an amended motion to leave resolution 250.
Go ahead.
Do you know if she's gonna be available on Monday, or can she come Wednesday to send it to?
We don't know, so I'll just leave it at Monday, because he don't know either. She don't feel good.
Can put it to Wednesday and then,
You don't know when she'll feel better.
Yeah.
So just leave it here, and if she doesn't show up Monday, we move it. No, I understand, but it's committee, not council. And so I'm saying we should just leave it here, and then if she doesn't show up, then we move it back to committee.
All right, so is there a motion on the floor to pose, to leave this, well, to put this in council, to leave this in council? Is that what I'm hearing? Hold on. So is that what I'm hearing? So is that what I'm hearing, to leave this
In council.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor to leave resolution 250100 in council, and it is supported by the councilman in the first ward. All right, any discussion in the first round?
no
Any
discussion.
Oh, yeah,
No
thank you,
discussion.
thank you so much, Ms. Priestley. All right, so roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
So she never.
The vote is 4 yes and 3 no.
Madam Clerk, Chair,
Go ahead.
motion to send back to finance.
Sorry, so there's a motion to send resolution 250100 back to finance. Any support? Supported by Councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Really?
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
All right, the vote is 4 yes, 3 no. All right, so we are moving on to resolution 250, the 250111.1.
Point one. Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
motion to approve Resolution 250111.1, amended Raymond Robson, additional outstanding charges for City of Flint's FY 2023 audit.
Any support? All right, been supported by the councilman in the first ward. So,
Madam.
any discussion?
Yes, through you to the city clerk. Can you explain to us what this is again? I know you were absent. You had a conference, I believe.
Yes. So this resolution is for 2 invoices from Raymond. I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull it up here. And one is for outstanding charges for the 2023 audit. When council adopted the resolution approving Raymond for the audit for 2023, that resolution stated that it would include any extra charges. So those charges that would, whatever they had gone over for was already approved by council. And because of extenuating circumstances, including the cyber issues that we had last summer and other issues. There were a number of reasons why Raymond had to reschedule several times because they had other commitments. So this includes those charges. Also on here, when I drafted this resolution, it states that there is a final progress billing, and that was for an additional $29,000. It has since come to my attention that some of these charges for 2023 audit might have been billed to the wrong PO. So it's still a question of if we still owe additional dollars to Raymond for the 2023 audit. So you do owe the $104,000. There just might be additional charges. So when we say this is the final payment for that, there might be some other payments that have to be.
So there may be
amended.
other payments that may, more than this 29,000.
Right, because it looks like they might have been charged to the wrong PO and charged to the wrong year, but it would be for this 2023 audit. Currently.
So it looks like it was charged to maybe the wrong year?
Right.
Okay. And so there may be, and the other charges may be approximately how much?
Not sure at this time. We're still trying to figure that out. But the outstanding amount of $75,000 is definite, and the $29,000 is definite. It states here that this would be the final billing, but that's might not be accurate.
Okay, so there's an outstanding 75,000,
Absolutely.
and then we've got the 29,000.
Yes.
Because we were told that this would be the final bill, and that's why I decided we needed to wait to hear from you, the clerk.
Right. It is possible these could be, I'm working with someone in finance now just to make sure that we have it all figured out.
Okay,
But these amounts are owed to Raymond at this time.
okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Through you to Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, the $29,000, that was part of the original contract? That was the last progress billing? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. That was the last amount after the $75,000, which the breakdown was here where they gave a discount and all that. And then the $29,000 was supposed to be the final bill for 2023 audit.
Which was part of the original contract, or that's still a change order?
It's part of the change order of the contract, so.
I'm so confused, Madam Clerk.
Madam,
Yeah.
point of order, madam, or point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the clerk. This change order is only 75,000.
This is not the first change order for the 2023 audit, though. We had another one before this.
We had a
For
change order for the single audit.
the 2023
There was another one
audit.
besides the single audit?
The change order, it's not listed here, but there was a change order.
I can't
or
hear
actually-
you. I got speaking in my
hold
ear.
on, please, Ms.
I've got
Burns.
people going on in my
Ms.
other
Burns,
ear.
Ms. Burns, could you please keep it down?
Excuse me, point of
Thank
order.
you. What is your point?
You don't even know if I'm talking, okay? So
I
you done
hear
did
you.
enough of
That's
lying
your
on
warning.
me.
That's your
Well,
warning.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
That's fine.
Groundhog wig.
Par-
Sick of you.
And I support that appeal.
That's fine. So Ms. Burns being brought to order for talking. While Ms. Priestley was talking, she was talking loudly, and when we were asking her, she hold it down. She would not be brought to order. She continued to speak out. So go ahead, Ms. Burns.
It's not enough that you take to social media to lie with your bishop, but you come in these chambers and you lie also. Let me be clear to that. You don't know anything about the truth, including how to spell it, first of all.
Madam
My
Chair.
questions to her, excuse me,
She is not
this is
being-
my time.
she
My
is not
question to
put
her
in order.
after, what I
what
was
is your
talking
point?
about. Julie,
Ma'am,
I'm not
She is not
talking.
being-
Ms. Burns, when someone says a point of order, all talking must cease, including you. So,
She is
Ms.
not
Priestley.
being germane to the appeal.
First
Ms.
of all,
Priestley, you are correct. You're not being germane to the appeal. This specific appeal is about you speaking when Ms. Priestley asked you not to. And so go ahead.
so what I was speaking about was your groundhog wig. So I was talking about that when she overheard, and then also about the contents that I did not receive. So that is germane, because that was part of the conversation. But she might want to go find things of why people dumping and all that other stuff in her board than to be checking over here, because it was a very short conversation. Very short. Very short. You know, you come here and you do this mess, you take digs, and then you wonder why you are the problem with us being a cohesive council. Your leadership has been failed. And I'm tired of it. You're disrespectful and you're dishonest.
All right, so as we move on to being germane to this appeal here, the reason why Ms. Burns received her warning, because she refused to stop talking when the chair brought her to order to stop talking when Ms. Priestley had the floor. So therefore, if you want to overturn the ruling of the chair, feel free to vote yes. But we want to move on with this meeting. Vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, for the record, I didn't get who seconded that appeal.
Jerry Winfrey Carter.
Okay, for the roll call, Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? No. Dr. Lewis?
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no, so that warning stands. Councilwoman Burns has been warned for being disorderly. So let's move on to, is it still on you, Ms. Priestley?
I was still in my point of order, or my point of information, I believe.
Go ahead.
Because I was just trying to clarify about the other, another change order with this for fiscal year '23. I knew we had done
Point of order.
a
What is your point?
I have the floor. She's using a point of information to get the floor.
I'm just trying to get clarity.
All right, so Ms. Priestley, so if he had the floor and.
I will wait until my own time.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, Madam Clerk, do you have the breakdown in front of you of how much the original contract and how much we paid in change orders?
It's spelled out in the resolution. The original contract was for $259,000 plus an additional $10,000 for out-of-pocket expenses.
And what are those out-of-pocket expenses?
The out-of-pocket expenses would be not what it is now, like I can't remember what they charged it for, but they used up that $10,000. I think it was for when they had to stay over or something like that. It wasn't anything having to do with the extra work that's being charged now. So that was used up in that first change order charge. So that resolution, the second one that was adopted in August, we used that $10,000 for that same PO. When they asked for the second one here that names the 38.5, we took off the 10 from the PO, still left over, and it left at 38.5. That was the first change order. It was done in August. So it was really 48.5, but we used that $10,000 for the out-of-pocket expenses from that PO. And now we're here with the 75,000 plus 29,000. So that original change order was the resolution that was adopted by council in August. That was the first change order for the audit itself.
So the original was $259, and the total billing is now going to be $401.5.
Yes.
And you're saying it could be more?
We think so, but we think it's not showing right in BSNA just because it's being charged to the wrong PO, because while we're still paying for the 2003 audit, we've now have a PO for the 2004 audit. So I think it's just an internal situation, but before we say so for sure, we're making sure. So when I say this is a final progress billing, we put a pause on it because we just want to make sure that it's actually being billed correctly.
So, what's the budgeted amount that we have for this audit? Because I don't think we have over 400,000.
The budgeted amount for the 2003 audit was the 259 plus 10, so 269 was the total.
So are we doing a budget transfer? Because some of this was paid for by the finance department, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Right, the 38, that second, that first.
38.5.
Yeah, that was taken out of their budget, and that we budgeted, I think, 350,000 in that line item.
So why
because
isn't this 75? Because that 75 seems like it's an administration error. Why isn't the administration covering the 75?
So this will come from general fund balance. It's not going to come out of the council's budget.
Okay.
So it is being handled by the administration from general fund. But we did have money in that line item for professional services that weren't being used because it was for other items. But finance covered the 38, and this amount is coming from the fund balance.
I'm sorry, what was that last?
Finance covered that last change order, and this one is going to be taken from the general fund balance line item.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Anyone else in the first round? All right. Second round.
No.
All righty. So since we have no one else, roll call, Madam Clerk, to pass Resolution 250111.1.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. So that resolution passes. The last resolution of the evening is for 250118.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
make a motion to approve 250118.
A motion to approve. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion in the first round?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Is there someone who can speak to Uncle Phil's adventures in philanthropy? Is there anyone can
So-
speak to that? Because this did not go through committee.
So I can help you. I just don't know how to request for or point of information or.
So through me.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this came about. We actually missed their fundraiser. The reason it originally went to special affairs was because they had a fundraiser coming up that they were trying to get the deadline on. What happened was they already had their license from the state of Michigan, and they were trying to do a bowling fundraiser at Bees Bowling. Didn't realize Bees was a part of Flint, and they needed to have us say that they could do the charitable gaming
Did they
at
have
Bees.
the fundraiser already?
I think they ended up having to move it because we didn't get to it fast enough. And so they're looking to go ahead and schedule it as soon as we give them say that we're recognizing them operating in the city. The state is already recognizing it.
Okay, and so they're not here tonight.
No.
It is it's a charitable gaming license, and anyone who has a charitable gaming license, say bingo, has to come through the city if it's doing business in the city. Yeah, so they're not here tonight. And so my question was that it.
I don't think they knew to be here.
Knew to be here? Okay. Oh, well, that's a problem.
It's no fault of theirs.
Do we know what all they do?
It should have been in the packet. If it's not in the packet,
I did read it. I would like to, because I know when we had someone or the last one that we had was Mercedes Kenny.
Right.
And she came up to tell us what it was about. Okay, I'm gonna make Yeah. I'm gonna make a motion to send this back to committee. I don't know which committee it goes in. Because
Madam
I would like to
Clerk.
talk with them.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
what committee does this go to?
Government Ops.
What's she say?
Government Operations.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to send Uncle Phil's Adventures in Philanthropy back to, or not back to, send it to government operations.
All right, motion on the floor to send this resolution to government ops supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Can you have them come?
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. So that resolution has been sent to government ops. And I believe this is the end of the agenda.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, the motion to adjourn. Any
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
That's Wednesday, right?
Ah,
Yeah.
Ms. Mashat?
You might have to do that, Jim.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned
I'm leaving.
at 5:52.
Madam Clerk, should we start the public hearing at 6 and be consistent? It will be an hour behind. Okay. All right, we'll be starting the budget hearing for the mayor will begin at 6 o'clock.
And just for the public, there is no public comments during the public hearing, but it is an open meeting.
What you want? Hey, oh yeah, they want, yeah, somebody asked me, oh yeah, I just sent them mine up. We ready? We ready? Oh. Yeah, we gotta get that done. I mean, we gotta get done with the printer. That's what I'm talking about. They got to go to work. Okay, first thing in the morning, we're gonna pay them extra. Give them a $5,000, $10,000 bonus. I don't care. I want this thing going. I'm sick of them. So yeah. So okay. So he's here. I mean, he gonna be in. He was here because he's supposed to still come. He said he was. That's all I know. Chris.
Madam Lawyer, can I charge my phone up on your desk where you go? Why not?
Man, that plug's all over the walls, man. I'm finding the words.
Hey, bring it up. What the world, man? You ain't that cheap. What you went and got talking about? Trying to figure out a way to punish the public that want to be a judge.
Yeah, plug's all over the place.
She said, yeah, you can use it.
Oh, no, I found one. Thank you.
When I go in one court, they be
Madam Attorney, could you please hold up for a second? 1 second.
I want you to get to the point. Like you were so my halfway talking to Mr. Snyder that you're supposed to have all the information, but you while we talking, you just study going, make it work.
Ain't nothing like RL, man. Let's see. No, that's not what I wanted. Is RL coming up? Oh no, I did this wrong. Okay. Well, I think I had it, but it was like split screening me for some reason.
Because I still have mine on.
Oh!
So
I should have
you
just
can't
been
see yours,
patient.
So I just turned mine off.
I should have been. I'm not good at being patient. Sorry about that.
You know, for being a day off, I figured if by 4 days over, I'll put in 7 hours.
I'm not one to argue with you, not one bit.
Uh-oh.
Am I too far away? No, you just fine. You next to Jay. You got all the answers with Jay. Y'all got all the answers.
You mean I got all the answers because I'm next to him? You mean I got all the answers because I'm next to him?
Yeah.
He's the one that put all the notes in and everything. He's got it. He's got it figured out.
Ain't my money.
The big difference there is
Yeah.
we had a grant that we applied for, and it hasn't come in yet.
Oh, so
You anticipate.
you know these are.
Yeah, I know. Okay. So that's what boosts that to that. Okay.
We missing anybody or?
Well, I don't think Mayor's gonna make it. He mentioned something about having a shoe somewhere, so.
So we're first.
Just turn around.
Well, I don't know about any kind of order.
He did send it to us at some point, right? Does not work very well.
Are you gentlemen ready? No?
Well, you see, she just got it.
office. Wow, you look like you put a
Even like 2.5
piece
weeks,
of
right? May 4th. Well, is it 2? Wait. Yeah.
yeah. So you have to push on it. See it. I got
Are
you.
y'all ready now?
You ready, right?
The time is 6:02, and I'm calling the budget hearing for the mayor's office to order. And I would ask the people in the back to please be quiet. We are now conducting business. Thank you. And for the record, members in attendance are Judy Priestley, 4th Ward, Jerry Winfrey Carter, 5th Ward, Tanya Burns, 6th Ward, Candace Mashat, 7th Ward, and Dennis Pfeiffer, 8th Ward. I'll let you guys do a presentation based on the time we'll do 2 rounds, 10 minutes for the first one, and 5 minutes at the second, and then we'll evaluate time at the end after everybody gets those 2 rounds. If you don't need to use up all your time, it'll be at the end to divvy up if needed. Okay, go ahead.
The first budget will be for the mayor's office, which includes the mayor, the city administrator, and the blight elimination programs. The one thing which is important to bear in mind when you review the mayor's budget is that there was a grant that's been factored in that we haven't received yet, so we didn't recognize the revenue, which means that we recognize all the expense in the general fund as opposed to the grant fund. So it looks like the mayor's budget has had a big increase, but it really hasn't. It's the same basic staffing levels, just that we're waiting for the grant to show up. And they just haven't made a decision yet. We anticipate to hear from that any day now. Beyond that, the budgets for the mayor's office and city administrator are pretty much the same. Blight has seen an increase. One of the things that the mayor has emphasized is working to eliminate blight, so we have increased that. There's also a grant for blight, which was not factored in when we prepared the budget, but we have received, and that's, Arnold can talk about that later, but that's what, also like 900,000?
$1 million.
$1 million. That's mostly for equipment, and so there's going to be a real emphasis on trying to do more with blight this year.
Who would like to begin? Mr. Pfeiffer?
So, can you explain I guess first and foremost, can you explain the 11 additional personnel that's being proposed for the mayor's office?
I'll defer to Christian as the accountant that takes care of that. I'll defer to Christian for that.
We have,
I'm sorry, can you state your name for the record, please?
my name is Christian Baldwin. I'm the Administration Grants and Finance Coordinator.
Okay.
Accountant.
Because it shows that you're going from 18 to 29 heads. Can you explain what those heads are? And
Well, we have an additional, Arnold is planning on onboarding additional.
that's a different line item, sir. This is the mayor's office. Arnold is going from 6 to 20, so that's outside of the mayor's office itself, so.
I think part of that is due to,
Can you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Jay Linsman. I am the Budget and Grants Administrator in Finance. I believe what Phil referenced was that we have a grant coming, capacity, and we've had to, because we haven't received it, we haven't got the approval yet, which we are in full anticipation we are getting. those positions that were funded by that grant is part of that 11. I can't speak articulately on exactly who those people are, but I know that is part of the increase, which is really just illusory.
What is the grant that we're speaking of?
Financial Recovery Technical Assistance from CS Mott. It is the third one, I believe, that we are in great anticipation of receiving.
But they're 11 additional, you don't have 29 now.
Well, they would have, I'm trying to think how that worked before, because I believe some of them were all grant funded, which weren't all in the mayor's office. So that's why it's a little bit ambiguous as to where they came from. I can't speak articulately again on that because I know that those were grant funded positions.
So what's the grant again?
Financial Recovery Technical Assistance. It's also called capacity loosely.
Did we get it last year?
We've gotten it the last 2 times, yes.
And how much is that grant?
Oh man, do you know what that grant is?
The last time it was $750,000, but that was in addition to what was left over from the previous technical assistance grant, which I think was about $150,000.
So why in the previous years weren't those allocated why this year are they allocated in the proposal for full-time positions? They weren't in previous years.
Well, they were, I believe they were budgeted in the fund, in the grant fund.
So why aren't we doing it this year? Why are we putting it in the mayor's office and putting it on the fund?
We haven't received the grant yet, that's the reason why.
No, I understand that, but why, my question is, why are we changing for this year when, if we've had those positions and they've been grant funded, they haven't been in the part of the budget in previous years, so why are we changing it this year?
Last year we knew the grant was going to be received, and so we could budget that way. This year we didn't, so we're showing that we have the capacity to fund those positions if the grant doesn't show up.
Okay.
If I may.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think to your particular inquiry, every year since I've been here, since 19, we've had this particular grant, and maybe it has always been confirmed prior to the budget period. This time, it has not been confirmed, yet we still wanted to budget adequately for those positions.
So can someone explain to me what each one of those positions are? Can somebody explain to me what those positions are?
I'm working on getting it.
Mr. Edwards, while he's doing that, have we spoken to CS Mott? What's the delay this year if we've got it?
Yeah, we've met with them on several other requests, including this request. And the matter is, one where their internal practices take precedence. So as they're evaluating and making determination, we don't foresee any barrier to this situation because we have had it every single year. But for whatever reason, they had one of the reasons I know they had a new CFO. So maybe some of their practices and procedures are changing. But the matter's with them, and it's under review right now.
So in previous years, those employees that have been grant funded, you're saying because they're grant funded, they're not included in any of our totals?
They were included as part of the grant fund.
But the grant fund isn't part of the budget. So with our full-time authorized positions, those positions were never included in any budget before?
No, they would have been. They would have been included, but I just don't have the PSW in front of me to be able to explain better.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Can you explain?
we approve the budget for each grant that we accept. So we do approve the budget for those grants. So it was in the budget, when we approved the funding from Mott for this grant, we approved the budget where those positions were. And now, since we haven't received the grant yet, and that we've done that in several different other departments
That's
where
correct.
we've got grants coming, but they hadn't been confirmed by the time the budget was approved. When we get those grants, we will be doing a budget transfer to move those funds into the grant and out of the general
No,
fund.
I understand that. I understand that process. I'm trying to say is, we post this budget, right? And it shows allegedly all of the city of Flint employee totals.
Mm-hmm.
And we're saying that previous years, those grant-funded positions have never been part of this total?
I think they were a part of the total.
Well, then that's what I'm asking.
They were
How-
part of
how-
they would have been part of the PSW, but not against the 101 funded mayor's budget. Not all of them.
So we
Only the
have
ones that weren't in.
employees, full-time employees that are not known to the public.
No, they are included in there, just not.
Where? Because I'm looking at, where would these, okay, so in fiscal year '23, because that's what's in front of me, the mayor's office had 18. So this year, you are proposing 29. So where can I do the math to find those other 11 in different departments on this form?
Speak into the mic, sir. We can't hear you.
Mr. Mitchell.
Ma'am.
There's a table.
If you want to come up here, I'll show you what I'm looking at. So it went from 18 to 29. So where are these 11 in the previous years in these numbers? If we want to say they're accounted for, they should be in a different category that would subtract those, right?
Well, it did get one.
Mr. Pfeiffer, I'm going to add 2 more minutes to your time. while
Thank
they
you.
Can we, is that something we can get you an answer to later?
Yeah, absolutely. If
Okay,
you can
because
put-
this PSW was prepared by 2 people that are not quite here right now, and I can't quite add to that question, so I apologize.
Yeah, no, I would just like to know where those 11 people,
You
if
got
they've always been there, why haven't they been a part of our total that's been released to the public in this normal budget?
Yep.
And
I will get you that answer.
can you also get me a description of what, I don't need names, what those positions are and what they do?
Absolutely.
Because it seems to me like if they're for a finance, can you restate what the grant is?
Financial recovery technical assistance.
So why isn't that in finance? Why is that part of the mayor's office?
It's the person that was applying for the grant was in the mayor's office. It just kind of housed itself in the mayor's office, but it didn't just cover mayor's office people. There were other positions that were partially covered and things like that. So but again, that would be something I can give you specific information on that.
Okay.
Later, if you don't mind.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll take a written response. We're not passing anything tonight anyways. Okay, where are we at here?
Mr. Pfeiffer, you have 1 minute left. I'm timing up using my phone.
So are we adding any additional positions to the mayor's office this year? Are any of those 11 legit new positions?
I don't believe so. I'll confirm that, but I don't believe so. I think there's.
So why do we have a $450,000 budget increase if there's no new personnel?
Because of the missing, the grant, in the past, that part of that would have been in the grant fund, not in the general fund.
So that is part of
That's
that's
you're missing
additional.
that piece.
Okay. Then I will be on pins and needles waiting for your response on what those 11 are. Yeah, because last year you said they went from 18 to 22, and now we're going from 18 to 29. So,
That's your time.
okay.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, would you like your 10 minutes? Go ahead. Ms. Michaud has to get up for a minute, so we're gonna go ahead and skip her and go ahead and go to you. It's not real formal, so.
Okay. I'm looking under the executive department as a whole, and one of my questions is, I'm looking at the supplies and operating expenses and the big jump there. Why has the supplies and operating expenses category nearly tripled in 1 year? And what are those funds being used for? If you look under the fiscal year of 2025, that budget is at 362,000, right? You see that? And then for the proposed 2026 budget, it's gonna increase to 1 million.
She's looking at the budget that
I'm
we
looking-
received, not on the ones that you
I'm
passed
looking
out.
at this.
Oh, yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Most of that will be in professional services, and I believe a lot of that also relates to the grant that we were talking about.
You said it's professional services,
Yes.
but it's under the line item of supplies and operating expenses.
Right. Professional services is classified as, professional services is classified as operating and supplies. And that's actually in the ordinance where we have the different classifications.
Well, professional services is above that. Professional services, there's an increase there too.
Oh, my God.
Mr. Moore, do you see what I'm talking about?
The professional services line item is what increased, and that's part of the operating and supplies, operating expenses and supplies.
Okay, do you see personnel services? Do you see personnel services?
Yes.
Okay, do you see, what is the increase in the budget from 2025 to the proposed budget for 2026?
Okay.
And why the increase?
Okay, one of the things we've been trying to do is reduce the account numbers that we have, and so you'd have to add a couple numbers together to get that. If you look at,
I'm right.
we gave you the line item.
Oh,
Are you looking at?
no, I'm looking at this.
Okay. That, again, relates to the grant, and the grant-funded positions were previously funded under the grant. We anticipate that to happen yet again next year, just that we haven't received the word that we received the grant yet.
So is it feasible to include something that you haven't received yet?
Because we haven't received it, at this point, we can't include it under the grant fund. We have to include it in the general fund. Once we receive it, we'll transfer it from the general fund to the grant fund, and it will be paid for out of the grant fund.
So then it makes this proposed budget, in my opinion, kind of confusing.
It does, yes. But we're trying to make sure that we have a realistic picture of what's occurring.
Okay, let's get back to the supplies and operating expenses category. I'm still not clear. Okay, so how much of it is actually for supplies? Let's break that down, because it's supplies and operating expenses.
If you're going from the budget book, you're actually looking at 3 different budgets for the executive office. That would include the mayor's office, the administrator's office, and blight removal.
Right?
Okay, and so that in order to get the supply number for the executive office, you'll have to add those 3 numbers in there. Each department has probably a half dozen to a dozen different line items. So,
Okay.
if you want to get that, we can provide that. It's just that that's a different format than what I had anticipated that you'd want to receive.
Mr. Moore, I want everything I need to have
Okay.
to make an informed decision on this budget.
This document has all the information.
Yeah, I have it.
And we can provide it in the format that you want. It's just that you have to make a choice as to how you're going to present it. And we made one, choice which was different than what you want, but we can provide what you're requesting.
And I think too, when you guys present us the budget, you present us with this, right? And maybe this part back here kind of breaks it down. This back here breaks it down. So, of course, you're gonna look at this front part first and look at
It's easier to,
the two budgets, the one from 2025 to the proposed,
right.
okay? And I'm gonna have to look at everything that's being itemized and broken down, but, okay, let me ask the big question. What's my time?
2 minutes for 2.
What budget do we have the employees over at the Senior Citizen Center on Home Street?
That's being funded out of a grant position right now. And I believe Mr.
Where is that budget?
I believe that's coming out of the planning budget right now. They're the administrators for the grant right now, so the planning.
Is
department.
what?
The planning department has the grant that is taking care of that position.
Where is it listed, and how many employees?
I believe we currently have 2 employees.
And that's all? What is the budget for that center?
Coming out of the ARPA dollars. Position.
Is it part of the mayor's?
Not part of the mayor's.
Is it a part of the mayor's?
No, it's not part of the mayor's budget. That's part.
Okay, what budget? I just want to be clear as to what budget is it a part of? Do we know?
That'd be coming out of the planning department for that position.
Okay,
and it's
so
grant-
that's in the
it's part of
planning
grant,
department.
yes.
Okay. I'm looking at the jump in full-time staff. That's a big jump. To go from 18 in the year of 2025 to jump to the proposed of 2026, jump to 29. That's a big jump. That's 11 full-time employees, and then 2 part-time positions. And I heard what you said to Mr. Pfeiffer, but I don't know. I'm still not clear as to why so many. And then for blight, there's also
There's a real effort to make to increase the size of the blight budget. Our feedback that we received from the council last year was that there's a desire to do more to remove blight in the community. Last budget cycle, every hearing we had, the council people were asking questions about blight and what we were doing and what we could do to increase the amount of blight removal. And so,
yeah, I'm not concerned about the blight department's increase because there needs to be an increase, but I'm looking at the mayor's office. There's a big jump, 11 positions.
I believe those are the, I believe those are the grant-funded positions that you were
those are the
talking about.
grant-funded positions that we
were
were
talking
talking about.
earlier from the MOD grant, but that was your
Yeah,
time.
but, okay, well, I'll
There'll be a
pick
second
that
round,
up.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll pick that back up.
Candace?
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Morche, welcome again. I'm going to try to be succinct here. So education, training, and conferences, and I'm looking specifically under the mayor's. Who is covered in that part of the budget from the mayor's office? Because I noticed it's $5,000. So education, training, and conferences. Who attends the conferences? Who's covered in that?
There have been a lot of people going to different training sessions. I know that we sent people to lead-based paint training. We've sent people to, I know Shelley's been to.
So the health navigators are included in that?
Pardon?
The health navigators are included in that part of the budget?
They may.
Or is it just,
I think it's mostly the mayor's office. I don't think it's the health navigators. But it'd be other people in the mayor's office, and there have been to a fair number of different programs because they do cover
Okay.
a
And
wide
just-
variety of topics.
Thank you. And just so I don't ask any questions about them during this budget hearing if I'm not supposed to, the health navigators are under, what budget are they under?
They're mostly under the opioid budget.
I'm sorry?
The opioid budget.
Opioid
And
budget.
there's also some ARPA dollars going in there.
Okay.
Some ARPA dollars over to 'em.
Okay, so then I think I do have one more question. How many health navigators do we currently have?
Four, I think we have 4.
Okay. Then under here, there is something described as equipment. What's covered in that? Because I noticed it's only like $2,000. So are we talking, what's covered in that equipment?
That'd be anything for the mayor's office. I don't think the mayor's office has identified what they need, but typically, a printer or a chair or something will need to
Okay,
be replaced.
thank you.
during the year.
No, fine enough. Let's go to the city administrator, Mr. Edwards.
Yes.
Oh, you don't have a communications budget anymore, so never mind, that solved itself. I see in 2025, 26, you won't have one anymore. And then how many people do you have that are part of your budget, Mr. Edwards?
Myself, an assistant, I have a part-time intern, and then this budget, one of the things I had identified was another position in cybersecurity. But
Okay, yeah.
since IT has IT at this point has filled similar. I'd like to look at a special projects manager because I've been doing a lot with the parks, with facilities, with water department, special projects where it is a vast amount of time and I'm already spread pretty thin.
Got it. So the IT position isn't necessarily spelled out in here, it's just, but you are looking to, since our IT department covers that cyber.
Yeah.
I'll make sure I
They
say
did.
it correctly
Yes,
how
we-
you said it. Since the cyber position is currently being fulfilled now by our
Yes.
IT department, you need another hand on deck for the specialty projects that you have, because you are currently serving as our DPW director. You have to, because we don't have one yet. So I can see how you might need another person to help with some of those
And some
things.
oversight for planning and development too right now, so.
Oh, yeah. Planning and development is actually a pretty, I would say expansive department, only because everybody could use more employees. Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I'm gonna just go to Blight. Let's talk revenue building. Hello, Mr. Brown. How are you this evening? Good. So, really quickly, I know last time we talked, we had these conversations, we were talking about how Blight could possibly be a department that paid for itself, and at one point we were doing cleanups and not necessarily billing people for the fact that we were cleaning it up. And then I understand you are also doing demos, correct? Have we started ticketing people more when we've had to clean up their lawns or their messes, or it's more specifically these commercial buildings? Because I know you have to do a lot of cleanup for commercial buildings. Can you speak into your mic? I'm sorry. It's on. I don't know why we can't hear you though.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Oh,
On the
there it
commercial
goes.
side, yes, we do have some funding that's that we've been charging back to the property owner, but we're killing it on the residential side. We have actually made more money, which is not what our intended purpose. We're just trying to get people that are in compliance. But we actually made more money this year than we did last year at this time, as far as
Okay. And can you explain to me a little bit more? I know we had Mike here the other day, and he was talking, and he was explaining how sometimes Blight does some demo projects or some demo work. Can you explain that, and then explain how that is split in between the two departments, or who takes on the bulk of the cost for that, or if there is some revenue to be gained from maybe billing someone for having to do demo for say an out-of-town landlord, they own the building was condemned, and for whatever the reason they hadn't taken it down, but the city ended up doing the demo. Whose department does that revenue go back into? Let's go back to the first question. So when you have to do some of the demo work, right, whose departmental budget is that coming out of? Is that coming out of yours, or is that coming out of Mike's?
it comes out of both.
It comes out of both, okay.
Because they initiate all the inspections and everything, and then we go and piggyback off of them. Like right now, we're doing a lot of fire escrow. I don't know if you know what that is or not.
Yes.
But we're doing some demos from fire escrow, and we just found out that some of the money that is held in this escrow account is not enough to fund the actual demo. So we're trying to pedal backwards so we can try to figure out a cohesive plan to try to get them so we can do a bundle and see whether we can get the most bang for the buck, so.
Right, we had that conversation with Mike during their budget hearings of the fact that obviously you get 100%, 75% of it goes to the owner, 25% of it goes to the city for the fire escrow.
Yes.
And that 25% doesn't cover the fact that there are a lot more steps that the city has to take to demo, as opposed to if a person demos themselves. I'm told maybe if the person did it, it's like $6,000. If the city does it, it's $22,000, because we have to call people to ensure other things are safe in order for us to be
Yes.
able to do it.
Environmental costs and everything, so. Yes.
And so then once you do the demo and the person is billed, say it's an owner from out of town or whatever, and then we have to bill that person. So then the money that comes back, where does that go? Does it go to your department? It goes back to his department?
Well, we're very lucky if we get money back. But the thing about it is,
Right.
say for instance, the fire escrow money, because we did one of these before, took down a property, and the legal department is actually involved with it now because they're thinking about taking action on them and putting a lien on the property so we can recoup our money. So it's like, we've never done this before. We have done it before, but it's been so long. We're just trying to get back into what we were doing to try to make it good for everyone, so.
Right, and so excuse me for my ignorance and if this question is a little bizarre, but if the legal department now comes in, is that 3 departments it has to be split in between?
Yeah, well, we need to talk about, we probably need to talk about that because, yeah, legal puts a lot of work in it because actually with the fire escrow funds, that's actually where it starts with a court order. They get judgments, and then that gives us ability to execute the code enforcement plan and go and tear the property down.
Okay, and so I'm guessing everybody just builds their budget based off of the part that they are going to do?
Yes.
And so as far as the revenue, so with the fire escrow, again, resident gets 75, we get 25. So how do you all decide once, if, like you said, we're lucky if we do actually get the money back, if we have to tear down someone's home, or if we have to tear down a commercial property, how do you all decide the percentage of the money that goes where?
Well, it all depends on, it's like, water department gets a cut. We actually pay them for their water, the shut off services when they go out and disconnect water, so we can demo the property. And then Mike Ryder's personnel is already included in that. We just a lone sheep, I guess. We haven't gotten our money yet, so, but we'll finally get it.
So what happens? You just build that department for your money?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then I hear, correct me if I'm wrong, don't correct me, stay silent, I don't know. Your department is now moving into some forestry?
Yes, we threefold. We're doing demo, we're doing forestry, and we're doing the blight cleanups.
Okay. And was that reflected in this budget, Mr. Moore?
I didn't hear what all he said.
I'm just, specifically speaking to the forestry aspect that they are now taking on. Is that reflected in
The
this
forestry
budget?
side will be coming out of the major and local street funds.
I'm sorry?
The forestry work, for the most part, will be done on the road right-of-ways, and so those will be paid for out of transportation for 202 and 203 funds.
Okay. So you're billing another department for that in essence
Yes.
too? Okay, so you'll be billing street maintenance for that? Okay. And then how do you decide how much that work is? Like, help me understand.
It's charged by location. So if we go to 1101 South Saginaw, we perform a 4 or 5 hour job, and we just put that, how many hours and whatever equipment and whatever personnel we had, and we charge it to the correct fund, the local streets fund.
Okay, and then how do you decide, so when you're saying doing forestry work, I guess break that down a little bit for me, because I am thinking of like Genesee Conservation District. You know how they go, they diagnose a tree, say the tree's dead. Do you not do that part? Do you only do, okay, this tree is now down, and so now we're getting it up? Or what, when we say that you're moving into forestry, what does that mean?
Well, the mayor's vision was us to do light trimming jobs, small trimming jobs.
Okay.
But we have, we've been out on storm damage when the last storm came through, and then I do have experience, and we have been cutting down like dead, dangerous trees that could be a potential hazard for pedestrians or whatever. So.
And now that you are moving into forestry, is there like a certification or something that is going to be required for your employees? And if so, do they have to get training to go and get that certification? And is that reflected in this budget?
Yes. All my training that for the demo, for the forestry is reflected in this budget. Conservation District has agreed to train my guys, and then we do have to have some EAP and environmental stuff for.
What's the cost for that training?
He told me it was dependent on whether they got a building or not. So if they get a building, then it's going to be cheaper.
Okay.
So, but,
and if they do not get a building, then they will come here to train, or?
I was going to see whether or not we can bring them down to one of our facilities to provide that training. So.
And do you know about how many hours? And then at the end of that, do you get a certification or something? Do they get? Okay.
Yes.
All right. I think, because I have another round after this. How much more time do I have?
2 minutes.
Oh, why is
2
it
and a
always-
half minutes.
It's 2 minutes every time we ask you. That's suspicious. I'll yield.
No, you got a timer in your head. Oh, you're done? Yeah. Okay, for right now. Okay. Okay, let me reset. Okay, I'm not gonna use all my 10 minutes, because most of my questions, is about the forestry. In discussing with Heather, she was not clear that you guys were doing forestry at the time, the last time I spoke to her about it. And we do have arborists that we contract with. So, and I can't remember if it was 2 or 3 year contract we have with them. Are we going to be using you and them? And wouldn't your time be better served doing blight in the fourth ward?
Well, trees can be blight.
Oh, absolutely.
So, but yes, and I think me and Mr. Edwards were having this conversation earlier, and we all need to sit down and have a more educated conversation in regards to how it works for everyone, instead of, just because what I want to see, and I'm not knocking any contractors or whatever, I came from forestry, and I just want to see what was taken from the city of Flint brought back.
From the emergency
Yes.
manager. And I agree with that. I'd rather have us be responsible for them. The question is would it cost us more to do all these overtime emergency tree removals, like I had a tree fall on 2 houses and into the electrical wire, would it be on the weekend? And they had to be done during the weekend.
Yeah.
So would that cost us more to use your guys, or would it be cheaper to use the outside agencies?
I don't know, break out the bills, let's see.
I don't know. I don't know how much that was. But wouldn't your time be better spent, like I said? If you're gonna take on forestry, then you need more employees to do that, as well as your goal of blight elimination. And I don't see that built into this budget.
They're in there.
How many positions?
I think we got 14.
14 for
Yes.
arborists?
No, we got 14 total.
Okay,
And
so
that includes the demo, and that includes the forestry people and the blight people.
how many do you think for the forestry part?
There's 5. I need an arborist and then 4 trained forestry caretaker trainees.
Okay, I would like to see us bring these kinds of things back into the house, but knowing how much blight is out there, I'd rather have you guys go, because you're excellent at that.
Yes.
Like, get rid of that Connex that's out there. You know which one I'm talking about, right?
I got you.
And that's gonna be expensive to remove that,
Yes.
as well as their tree trimming vehicle that they've got sitting on that property.
Yeah.
And then on the fire escrow, when we do the demo, if it costs more than what the escrow account is, are we going to be collecting from the homeowners? Chances are it's probably gone back for taxes, right? And that would be a legal question as to whether we can take them to court to pay for those fines, the fee to remove that house.
Yes. That's very interesting, that because I just experienced that, because we took one down on Arlington, and it was only like $5,000, and we had to eat that, blight had to eat that, the remainder of that cost. So that's why I told him, I said, wait, we gotta stop, because we gotta figure out the solution, because I'll be out of money real quick if I continue to do that, so. But we're working on that as well. The legal team is working on it, and we'll find a solution.
Okay, I wondered how much was that firebomb for that house? Just out of curiosity, do you know?
What, you mean as far as how much it cost us?
No, how How much was the bond on that property?
$4,000 some odd dollars.
I have it here, I know.
Oh, okay.
So, but it cost you 5,000, so you had to eat the extra.
No, it cost us $9,900.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it cost you personally. And we're
Yes.
talking about a home that you owned that had a fire and burnt down, and you had to remove it.
Yeah.
So for people to know that that's not a city-owned, it was a personal owned. And because I had gone through all the fire bonds and fire escrow, I had seen your name.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we definitely, but we have to take down the properties as well.
We do.
It's it's not fair to the residents around that home.
You're right. You're right.
So, that is the biggest questions that I've had, because I've been following up with all my questions all along. So I'm going to go ahead and we can do another round of, let's see, the time is 6:47. There's 5 of us here, 4 of us.
Madam Chair, I'm going to do a point of information before you start another clock. The hearing schedule says this is blight elimination and cannabis enforcement.
Right, there's cannabis enforcement as well.
Who's in charge of that?
But didn't that get moved,
Who's in, no?
cannabis is on this, Phil? Did that get moved to planning, but it's still under the mayor's schedule?
Still under the mayor's, I believe it.
You
They have their own budget, but I believe they still report to the mayor, I think.
Yes.
They still report to the mayor.
And
They
so
have their own
his is part
separate
of the
budget.
mayor's staff, his budget is part of the mayor's staff. There isn't
Right.
a budget for cannabis. It's
Right.
just one employee.
So why
So
is
the
it,
employee
why
is
isn't
under the mayor's.
why isn't the income from that part of this?
The income
That's-
for the cannabis,
this is
last
your
year,
time
we
now.
received, I want to say it's around 600,000 this year.
Yeah, so why isn't it part of the income or the revenue? If it's under the mayor's head count of 18 or 29, whatever it is it under the mayor's head count?
I'd have to double check that, but when you're asking about the revenue side, the cannabis revenue is actually classified as a type of tax. And so it's included under the general because it's considered a tax.
So who's the cannabis enforcement? Who is that? Montel, okay.
Yes.
And then he's under the mayor's head count?
Yes.
Okay. Judy, how much time do I have? What are
We
we
have 40 minutes left. We need to have some time to switch around, but let's go with 7 minutes, and if you have more, we can look at it at the
Okay.
end, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'll set my timer.
Mr. Brown.
What's up, Mr. Frank?
Long time no see, man. You don't like us no more, huh?
Whatever, I love y'all.
I have a question. I understand your headcount increase. Like my colleague in the 4th Ward, I have serious questions of whether or not you need 4 or 5 for forestry. I mean, 4 or 5 seems a lot. I know we need it, but there also needs to be equipment and equipment to sustain those 4 or 5. To me, I mean, I'm gonna leave that alone. I think that number's high. I'm thinking 2, a team of 2 would be suffice for what we get complaints about. I know that you have other ones that 3, or is that a gang single?
No, I'm like, I can see what you're saying.
I just think 5's heavy. And to try to keep that many people busy and get our best bang for our buck seems like a task that is more difficult than keeping them busier on the blight side. So I'll leave that alone. So my next question is professional services on the blight. Why are we going from, where am I at? 75,000 this year to 546,000 for next year. What are we allocating for professional services, either to you or to Mr. Moore? What is that? I understand the head count comes up, but why are we substantially increasing the professional services on?
We are anticipating more code enforcement, a more code enforcement driven thing as far as demos. So we're trying to make sure that we're in a line with what we're trying to tear down.
But, so, even though if we can't collect dollars, right, we still should allocate dollars. So any dollars that, if they're gonna be code enforcement, I would assume that we would have a dollar value that we could then bill that, right? Am I wrong?
For the most part, you're correct.
So how come we're not capturing that on our revenue side? Even though if, who knows if we're gonna be able to collect it, but we should be able to capture that. And we're not capturing any of the dollars that you're crossing from the forestry onto the local streets. None of that revenue is captured. You're saying that you're gonna be able to bill for it. And also this professional services, so why aren't we capturing those dollars on the revenue side for the mayor's budget?
The professional services includes things like, also includes, some of the demo, taking.
But to Mr. Brown's point, if they're court order demo or anything like that, they should be billable, so.
Oh, it should be, but the reality is, while it's billable, we don't collect.
We don't collect on water bills, but we still capture that as revenue.
Right, we still will collect that as.
So why aren't we collecting that as revenue on this budget?
We can do that. We will also be increasing the bad debt expense by just about the same amount, because we don't collect much of it.
But we don't know if it's bad debt, right? I mean, we can say potentially it's gonna be bad debt, but we don't know it's bad debt until it's bad debt, right?
That's true, but just, our experience has been that, we don't collect, most of the.
So are we automatically, and I'm gonna get off topic, are we automatically
No.
putting 40% bad debt on our water receivables? So why are we doing that with this?
We don't we do budget for bad debt. We do include bad debt, because bad debt is a major, part of the water and, sewer at this point.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Bad debt is a big part of the expense of water and sewer, because we know.
Yeah, I know, and I'm
right
saying is,
along.
you're saying if we did that, we'd preload the bad debt on this, and I'm saying we don't preload it, we don't preload the bad debt in other departments, so.
When we bill it, we don't, but as it ages, we do.
I understand that, but in order to become bad debt, we have to bill it.
That's correct.
In this, you're saying it's not even worth billing?
No, I'm not saying that at all. When we bill it, in the water and sewer, we know that a good portion of that's gonna go, bad. We'll put it on, and after 6 years, we have to write it off, and we know how much that, as it ages, we can forecast how much we're gonna have to write off.
So if he does more, fire escrow, and we know that there's some dollars in fire escrow, why aren't we capturing that revenue?
We've already captured that. That actually is not really
Where's that being captured at?
when the house is burned, we collect the money from the insurance company. That's reported as a liability. And then when we tear the house down, we then recognize that as revenue at that point.
Okay.
And relieve the liability.
No, I understand that, but you're accounting for the expense now, so why can't we account for the revenue as well?
What happens is that it's held as escrow, that's what we're calling
I
escrow.
understand that.
And until the tear down occurs, we don't owe it to anybody, nor can we recognize the income until that expenditure occurs. So after, when the work is done, we recognize the revenue as well as the expense. But until that work is done,
But we're recognizing the expense now and the additional labor, right, or no?
not until the work is done.
No.
That's what we anticipate.
But part of this is, okay, no, I got what you're saying.
Okay.
I get what you're saying.
Okay. Jerry? 7 minutes?
Okay.
We might have more time at the end, but right now.
All right,
7 minutes.
I am under the mayor's budget for printing and publishing. There's a big jump. We're going from the budget of 2025, which is $8,500 for printing and publishing, to a proposed budget for 2026 of $19,939. What's going on?
I think we're recognizing the reality of what's happening. The mayor has spent more than the 8,500 in prior years. The year prior to that, he has spent 14,500. And so we're trying to adjust it closer to what the actual expenditures are.
But if you go back and look at fiscal year of 2024, that in the fiscal year of 23, it wasn't such a big jump. So what is he spending? What is he printing? That's a big significant jump.
That would be to Clyde Morris. Clyde, can you answer that? Since they don't know the day-to-day workings.
No, I would acquiesce because they've done the counting on what I've seen. To your point, a lot of times when these requests come through, they come through for my approval, but ultimately I would have to look at the accounting documents to be able to establish what were all the rationales.
Yeah, that's a big, huge jump there. Really big, huge jump. Okay, and I'm gonna go back to blight. Okay, so you're gonna increase your numbers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
From 6 to 20.
Yes, ma'am.
Which gives you 14 new employees.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said, out of the 14, how many for the forestry?
I said five, but 4. It might be 3 now. So.
Okay. So how many laborers?
Well, they've all been reclassified. So basically, they've been reclassified. So basically, their title now is caretaker, forestry caretaker, abatement. So they can be either or, a blight or either in forestry. So that was my plan, because if I have to cover for absences or whatever, and everybody's trained the same, so I wouldn't be missing a beat.
So what about, did the office staff get reclassified too?
No. No.
So when they got reclassified, did they get a raise?
Yes.
So I'm not understanding, well, how come the office staff didn't get reclassified and get a raise? Are they, as far as I'm concerned, when I call, the office staff, they the ones that's doing a lot of the work.
Oh,
They keeping you guys on track.
Hey, they the
The
bomb.
laborers on track.
They the bomb. I'm not doubting that. I'm not doubting that at all.
Did anybody fight for them to get a raise?
Yes, working on it.
And another question I had, okay, what budget is the blight, court? Is that under your budget too?
That's under code enforcement.
Okay. And the clerk, the blight, is there a blight clerk
No,
for the court?
no. We have blight AHOs. They're administrative hearing officers, and then my office staff houses that office.
Okay, so if your office staff is housed in that office and taking care of all that, I would think that they would need more money too, and to be reclassified, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we working on it.
Huh?
We working on it.
When? Fair is fair.
Yeah,
Fair
I'm
is
with
fair.
you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Fair is fair. So with the new proposed budget, what kind of raises are we gonna be having in this new proposed budget?
Well, those would be the only increases.
For the
Office staff.
The office staff?
Yes.
And
Everybody else will come in at the new rates of pay.
So do we have that already budgeted for the office staff?
Yes.
Okay. That's good to hear because they work just as hard.
Yeah.
Now, I've always felt like there should be 2 full-time blight people per ward. Did we look at that, and is that gonna happen?
I had you in the back of my mind.
Is that the
That's
NSO?
under,
That's under the police. They've budgeted 12 for this.
I'm not talking about NSOs, I don't know what I'm saying, I'm talking about for blight. I'm talking about for blight.
I had that in mind.
You had that in your budget, in mind?
I had that in mind. I couldn't
Okay.
couldn't stretch it out that far.
Because with the 14
Yes.
new employees that you're gonna get, that's in the mind,
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
in your mind to have
Yes, ma'am.
2 full-time people in the wards cleaning up blight and whatever you plan to do,
Yes, ma'am.
so that we can tackle the blight.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
That's your time. You got
Thanks.
7 seconds. All right.
that was my time.
Yeah, you got 7 seconds left.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Let me delete that. Start over again. I'm not going to use all my 7 minutes. Like I said, I've been up to date on stuff. Okay. All right. So, how many office staff do you have? Just
3.
one?
3.
Oh, you have 3.
3.
Okay, that's good to know. And in order to get them raises, we actually have to do that through the contract.
Yes.
So that's why it takes so long.
Yes.
All right, that was my issue. One of the things that I would like to see, and this is maybe for next year's budget, is a way that we can see properties that we have had blight tickets written on it, our NSOs have gone out and written tickets, warnings, whatever, so that if we get a complaint, like I keep track of all of my complaints, when we get a complaint, we can say, oh, look, there was a blight ticket written on that already. And we can tell the constituent who calls complaining that, hey, that was already done, rather than sending an NSO back out real quick or whatever. And so I want to think about maybe doing that and check the legality and for next year's budget. And I know that's not this year, but that's something that I've talked about a couple of times. Same way I would like to have the whole council working on the same type of a issue, but there's some concern about Open Meetings Act in that. I don't know if that will be effect for this as well. But that's something for next year. Other than that, we have under, is the civil service under HR, right? So that
Yes.
doesn't come under.
Yes.
All right. Okay, that was my other question. I'm done with my time. Anybody else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As far as blight goes, are there any plans to do any community education? Are there, did I see something in here for like, maybe, oh, that's right, y'all have nothing in here. Oh wait, that was Clyde's, hold on, blight. For communications or anything specifically, the only reason I ask is because people are often not aware what is considered blight, and then also they're not aware of the blight process. And I think maybe just having, even if you all just do one communication for the city, and I don't see you have anything in there, but a mailer that goes out that one explains, what is blight, showing them where they can find the city code or the ordinance for addressing blight, and then also just explaining the blight process, right? Because people think that when their neighbor gets a ticket, that means that the same day they have to do it, they have to handle it, or it's over. They don't realize they get a ticket, then there's 2 weeks. Yes. And then after that 2 weeks, blight can go back and check to find out, if the problem has been resolved. If not, then the ticket still has to default. And even after a ticket defaults, then there's another 28 days after that. And so there's a whole process. And then even after that 28 days, you still have to be able to go to court or whatever, depending on the mess, to clean it up and everything. And so you're looking at over a month from them getting that first ticket to you being able to actually come back and legally address it. And so I think that if you all had maybe some money budgeted for communications, just so people can truly understand what is considered blight, how long the blight process actually takes, and then also to see that ordinance. I think that would be something that would be really good for residents to have. Maybe the mayor can send something out since he has a lovely communications budget for that.
I think the communications would come out of the mayor's office.
Mm-hmm. I don't care where it comes from. I just think that it would be a good idea. Yes. That way, because I think blight takes a lot of unnecessary hits because people don't understand the process. And even when we start talking about the cars and the parked cars and how long you can have a car parked on the street, people don't understand that somebody can leave their car parked there for 24 hours. And if they come and they move their car even 3 feet, they get a whole new 24 hours. Not a good law, by the way. But I just think there are a lot of different things that would help, and I guess Mr. Moore and Clyde, this is for y'all at this point, that would help people completely understand the blight process so that blight doesn't take on so much blame or so much criticism when they are actually doing their jobs according to the law. I think residents having an understanding will work out. And so if we can maybe have the mayor send out a communication for residents to know, like, hey, this is blight. Yes.
Our communications person, Shauna and Jason Lorenz, we were talking about this probably a couple weeks ago, and I've been questioned by the Genesee County Landlords Association in regards to having some understanding or trying and being educated. And you're probably right. A lot of people just don't know the process.
They don't.
And we're working on that now, so hopefully we'll get that done soon, and I can pass out. So that'll take a lot of heat off me as well.
For sure, because I think people don't realize something as simple as your trash bins not being put away on non-trash days. That is blight.
Yes.
I think it would also make a difference for how our city looks as well. I know in DC and other cities, there is literally a fine for littering that we probably should look into, because maybe our highways and stuff wouldn't look how they look. And of course, I remember we used to have those numbers from the state of Michigan on the highway talking about, call if you see someone litter, report. But I mean, even before you get on the highway, and when you're still in the city proper, it's like it's all kind of trash and everything there. And so we just need to look at different mechanisms to make sure that we are educating residents on what blight is. I think people don't understand that the chickens that people have in their yard, that would be handled by blight, the bunny farms and all those different things, it goes under blight and it's handled by blight. And even the parking on your lawn, I don't think a lot of people understand you cannot park on the lawn. They think this is my lawn and I can do it, and that's not how this works. You cannot park on the lawn. And so I just think the more educated people are, the safer it is for NSOs, right? Because you're looking like, who is this person coming to tell me I can't put a car on my grass? It's blight, but people don't understand that it's blight. So just using some communication to break down some of the everyday things that people do and do not realize. We have a whole city ordinance that says you cannot do it, and it's literally for aesthetics and beautification, and also to help be more neighborly and make it look like we live in a community and be uniform. I yield.
Anyone else would like some extra time? Go ahead. Mr. Pfeiffer.
I just got two questions.
Okay, go ahead. We won't time this one, but I'm watching it.
Tell me about your day. No. Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir.
The jump from 6 to 20. You only have 150 in your budget for equipment. Are you saying that the tripling of your workforce, you have the equipment to keep that many busy and be productive?
I will.
What do you mean you will? Because you only got 150 in the budget, so where's the money coming from?
We were awarded a $1 million grant from Leo.
I'm sorry?
We were awarded a $1 million grant from Leo for $1 million for equipment. That's how I'm getting all my equipment.
Okay.
That resolution will probably be coming to you soon.
Okay. Who is it from?
Leo.
Leo.
Yes. Who is Leo?
Who in the hell's Leo?
Michigan land.
I mean,
It's a state.
is it like the law enforcement?
Yeah, it's one of the state, I'd have to look it up. Yeah, it's labor and economic, that's what it is, labor and economic opportunity.
Okay. Memorize that, Mr. Brown. Leo, like there's a Leo's restaurant. Okay. My next question, since that one would be potentially covered by the grant, and it's more of a statement than a question. I think we're throwing money away the longer we keep neighborhood NSOs in a different department. We are wasting dollars until we talk to whoever that is getting us that grant to allow them to go up under Mr. Brown and be incorporated as a group. I think we are running wholly inefficient.
Yep.
So, that wasn't a question, that was a statement, but I think I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Candace. Jerry, did you have something? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I do agree with that, Mr. Pfeiffer. I think so.
I think all of us do.
Yeah. Yeah. And it'd be more cohesive, you know? Just because and I think we would better get the blight in the city cleaned up. Yeah. Yes. Oh, yes, definitely. Definitely. I have one more question that I'm looking at as far as in the blight department. There's a big jump here, and maybe you answered that already. Supplies. We're going from 1,000 to 37,482. Can you explain that?
Yes, I have chaps to buy, helmets to buy. It's going to be a lot of stuff that I'm going to have to purchase for safety, for proper PPE for all the employees.
All of that, and then of course, professional services are the salaries and all of that for your staff. So, yeah, as far as blight, I just think I do think the neighborhood safety officers should be included within that department. I think your office staff, they do a lot of work. They should definitely be getting some raises because of the work that they do. And sometimes they probably get out sometimes and help, don't they, with cleanups?
No.
But they definitely get bombarded with the calls, okay?
They go through a lot.
Yeah, so, and they keep the laborers, you know, busy.
Yes.
So, that's all I have.
Okay. All righty.
I did have another question. Thank you. I do agree that the NSOs would better serve the community if they were under blight. I think that all of the council feels that way. Obviously, we can only speak for the four of us, but yeah, NSOs would definitely be better off under blight. I just want to go back to the forestry thing, right? How is that sustainable in the long run?
As long as we have the 202 and 203 funds, it would be sustainable because we would be able to continue to work under the local streets and state laws as far as getting compensated for that. Like I was telling Mr. Pfeiffer, you know, we have a lift truck that I've already earmarked from this Leo grant, so I'm gonna be getting that. So we will have all the things that we had that we need to continue that job, so.
No, and I am with you. I am of the mind that everything that the emergency manager messed up when they came in here just selling things off and they were here without being held to a revenue building standard, I'm in agreement that we do need to have all of the things back so that we can be a self-sustaining city. I just want to make sure that on our way there, we are making sound financial decisions just so they don't have to come in and decide to tear up when we're building again. My question is, with those funds that you're using and it's going toward the forestry work in blight, is that, and maybe you are not the person to answer, but Mr. Moore, maybe you are, is that coming out of something else for street maintenance? Like, is that stopping a road repair or a street thing, or is that something that's already set aside in that budget specifically for forestry and now we're just gonna do it ourselves?
The 202 fund has a pretty sizable fund balance.
Okay.
And the thought was that if we need to provide additional services, particularly where the trees, because we do get a lot of complaints about the tree hazards, that we're best use some of those dollars to maintain our assets and provide the services to the public. We don't need to just keep building up the fund balance in the 202 fund.
Got it. Thank you. No, like I said, I agree that it's good for the city to start taking on these things and doing these things ourselves. So, thank you. I yield, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Judy, I do have one quick question.
Okay.
This is going to be Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, I want to make sure that when we do have forestry workers, that they are properly classified under workers' compensation, because if they're climbing trees and stuff, I got a hard time believing that 20 people, including up to 4 or 5 forestries, only costing us $32,000, which they are one of the highest risk, period.
We true those up every year. The forestry workers have their own classification.
I know, and that's their workers' compensation is probably twice of what a laborer is, if not more.
I would agree, they are higher.
So I'm questioning your $32,000 number. Can you look at that?
We can double check that.
Double check that, including the up to 4 or 5, whatever Mr. Brown says for forestry, because I think that is a low number. But it seems to me like you're carrying over the same classification that everybody else is, and that's not a true statement.
No, it'd be a different classification.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Real quick. He brought up a very good point. So say someone is injured or hurt, is there a contingency plan to, how quickly would, God, that sounds so heartless. But if someone's injured or hurt and they're gonna have to go sit down for like long term, is it reflected in the budget to be able to move someone else in that position while they're,
That's why everyone is the same classification.
I'm sorry?
That's why everyone is classified the same. Because if someone does fall off, and then I have a person that's over in, that's in, Blight, or I'm not gonna say Blight because that's somewhere else. Well, it would have to come from Blight because they will come from demo. I can slide them because they the same classification until that person comes back.
So, and I think I misunderstood. So instead of just those 5 people getting the training and certification, all 14 people will?
Everybody's getting
So all 14, okay.
Everyone's getting trained.
Thank you.
Doesn't make any sense.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, that's it. I'm not taking any more questions. Goodbye, get out. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And if, for council members who might be watching on TV or whatever, if you have any questions, additional questions, please submit them in writing, and they will respond. I want to make sure that that's very clear. So, have a good evening, gentlemen, and we'll give you, how much time do you think you'll need? Shay, do you think 7:30 is good?
Oh, you mean for the next one? Yeah. I think people are
Okay.
here.
I'm gonna,
Oh, fine. Yeah, we'll take a few minutes ago.
Brown,
I want to get
good luck with your lumber
Yeah,
jack
no.
business.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Oh, no, man, I've been there and done that. You gotta know when to roll and know when to hold it. That's Johnny Cash. I get my retirement money. I'm a Johnny Cash kind of guy. I don't know about this guy. Yeah, look at him. He's one of them pickpocket guys like the Ripper. Okay. Yeah, keep coming back, fellas. You're not getting in trouble. Yeah, you remember. Yeah, okay. All right, Charles, then, man. Take it, we go. Come on, let's get out of here, man. Ooh.
free hours.
Go last. Make him stay later. He's an abusive boss, you know?
I heard that. I heard he's not
Very
in.
hard to deal with, let me tell you.
I heard he's awful. I've heard he's absolutely awful to deal with. Okay, time is 7:32, and for the, this is the budget hearing for the Finance Department, including IT, the Assessors, Treasurer's Department. Who else did I miss? Fleet.
Fleet and IT are also.
Purchasing. Did I get everybody? IT, purchasing,
I
fleet?
think so.
Okay, and for the record, members present are Dennis Pfeiffer, 8th Ward, Candace Mashat, 7th Ward, and Judy Priestley, 4th Ward. If you have a presentation, go ahead, otherwise we can just open up for time.
Most of the finance budget is very much a status quo budget. There are a couple exceptions. One is the fleet maintenance. We're trying to hire additional staff. We believe that we're sending too much out to garages, outside contractors to provide it. Their rates are expensive. We think we can save money by bringing that in-house. We've also tried to beef up the IT budget. We do have a security specialist now, and we think that is needed by the organization to make sure that we don't have future hacks like we experienced last August. One thing that you'll see going through the different budgets is we are trying to improve some of the technology that the departments have. One of the big things we're looking at is a grants management software. Last year, the city council raised the question about, can we have annual grant budgets? And by state law, we should be doing that. By my general philosophy, I believe we should be doing that. But looking at the technology that we currently have, it's very, very difficult, if not impossible, to try to do that in a meaningful way. We're in the process of implementing a grants management software that will take it from when we first have a concept of a grant that we'd like to apply for, to applying for the grant, to preparing the grant application, all the way through administering the grant, doing all the grant reporting, which will also allow us to do reporting on a fiscal year basis, which we can't do with our current software. We're also looking at trying to improve our cash management software. I believe we're leaving some money on the table by not being as aggressive as we could be for cash management, which we could do if we had better information and if we had the software to do that. Both of those are below the threshold where the city council would have to approve it, but they're both of very significant for the department because they'll greatly improve our capacity. We're also looking at upgrading our fleet software. Our fleet software is virtually non-functional for right now. We need to have it hasn't been updated for years, and we're in the process right now of bidding out, getting quotes, and I think I may have even actually signed off. Again, that'll be below the level that the city council will have to approve, but that'll be a really big deal for fleet management. And the assessor's office has a new software, the mapping? Near map, which I don't really understand, but Stacy tells me it's doing great things, and she's really impressed with it, and I believe her. And so we are trying to improve the technology for the city, and I think it will have benefits for everybody.
Okay. Council members, would you like to do one part of the finance at a time? Okay. Mr. Pfeiffer, would you like to start, and who would you like to start with? I would let you do eeny, meeny, moe, and we'll do. I know, but which part of the division would you like to discuss? Or did you want to do questions? I'm asking how you want to proceed. Okay, well then go ahead.
That's fine, that's fine.
Okay.
We're prepared for
Let's
that.
start with 10 minutes at a time. Let's start at 10 minutes at a time, and then we'll go on from there, like we did last time.
Just because, the customer service, now that you're merging everything, the treasury is kind of hard to read for previous year, so.
One of the things is that there was elimination of duplicate and multiple account numbers. That's why it looks weird.
Yeah, it used to take us, we used to have like 6 different purchase orders for every invoice, which is crazy.
It is.
My first statement, question is, why do we only have 2 people in purchasing and not put more stuff out to bid? Because it seems like if we put more stuff out to bid, we will pay for those additional people. Who can answer that?
You want to take that or do you want me?
I mean, in terms of what we.
Use a lot of this, I don't want to rehash all this stuff, but we use a lot of the same contractors and do no bid.
Those are all bid and they're awarded, so, I mean, that's.
Not all, we do hourly bids, but there's no way that you translate hourly bids to, we continue on, I think the latest one that we just approved today was Trio Paint. There's not three bids for that, word.
There. Correct. We bid out general contracting services on an as-needed basis.
What I'm saying is if we bid out painting that wall to 3 different contractors, it would save us money long-term than just going back and say Trio, add that to the thing, and then they give us a bid.
I think when we talked about this previously.
Be clear, I'm not trying to pinpoint Trio, that was the last one.
Sure. Yeah, no, I think when we talked about this during the last meeting about some things taking time, it's not necessarily my wages or my time. It's what the ordinance actually requires for a competitive bid to be out. It's a minimum of 10 days that a bid would have to be out, right? We also need to be able to have a very clear scope of work to get a qualified bid back when we get a competitive bid. So when we do a lot of these as-needed services, for instance, William E's one, HVAC services, there's no one within the city that would be able to say, okay, we know the exact scope of work for this boiler, and that, you know, so we kind of rely on those HVAC services to be able to give us that information too.
How do we, and I'm not saying that they are, but how do we know that it's not a $5,000 job and they're billing us $115,000? We don't have the capabilities to know any of that. How do we know that we're, and I'm not saying that they are, but how do we know that we're not being thrown to the wolves by many vendors, the ones that are trusted vendors?
I mean, basically, like I said, they would be hourly wages, like you said. You were like, we're just bidding it out on hours as far as journeymen go, first-year apprentice, second-year apprentice, but we also have a materials markup, so that's part of the bid as well, where they give us a percentage on what their materials markup would be. So some people might bid.
We don't know the scope, and I certainly know that we don't have somebody up on the roof verifying that they installed a
Sure.
widget.
But a lot of times what happens then, if we don't have a full scope of work, then we're gonna hire an engineering firm, or we're gonna hire some type of specialty firm to be able to create a scope of work on top of being able to just put a bid out as well. So we're gonna hire someone to create a scope of work so we can bid it out, and then a contractor can then bid it. So we do quite a few bids. I mean, a ton of bids every single year. I've got, I don't know how many active bids right now on the table. In even some general contracting, for instance, the south building, that huge remodel, we bid that out separately. I used the last, you had asked me about the water pollution control surveillance. That's something Weinstein could have done, but we knew that that was a big enough job in itself where we wanted to do that competitive bid. Whereas a lot of these change orders for these as-needed service contracts we have are for $5,000 jobs, $7,000 jobs, things like that, that would just, you know, the purchasing ordinance is required at $10,000 to do a competitive bid.
I'm not saying that they do, but when we use vendors for years on and years on, it seems that their prices don't go down. Obviously, nobody does, but I think we fall into the potential of complacency, and then we just okay prices without question.
Well, I don't like to do anything beyond a 3-year bid. So, for instance, our general contracting services bid with Trio is up on June 30th. So that will be rebid to start July 1st.
But how does that bid, that initial bid, translate into painting that wall? Because you can't cross-reference those numbers to any of the additional work that they do.
Because we have the hourly rates for masonry, concrete, carpet, paint, all of those are a part of the initial bid when we do bid that out. I mean, before that, what we were doing was we were just getting quoted constantly for all of these jobs, and then either they weren't getting done or it just wasn't being done efficiently in that manner.
Okay. I'm gonna move on because I think we're just gonna agree to disagree. Because I think we are spending a lot more money than we should on certain preferred vendors. Stacy, what do we need the extra head in assessing for?
With the increase in permits and with the increase in commercial, I need to start getting an appraiser that's more designated.
Increase in what commercial and what bid, or what do you mean by that?
All the industrial buildings we have going on and all the improvements we've had going on. I need somebody that focus more on commercial. Plus, I've noticed that I really need to get my records for commercial more up to date. It's been since really 2008 that I've had somebody be able to put their full focus on commercial. So I need to get those records corrected. I've been working since I've been here really on getting residential up and running and where they need to be. And since I'm finally getting to that point, I need to get commercial going, but I still am required by state law by state recommendation to do 20% of all classes each year, so I still have to keep my residential going. So I do need somebody else to really focus on commercial, so I need to bring somebody else in to cover that person's spot in the residential. Does that make sense?
It does. How do we track, never mind, I'll move on. I don't know.
I track how much I do each year,
How much you do of,
how much reappraisals we do each year. The state recommends 20%, but right now, I probably am only able to do about 12% with the amount of staff, hopefully with the near map that we have gotten, which it does yearly flyovers of the city and the whole state. That'll help increase our numbers as well, plus it helps with safety reasons, because we only have to go out on the properties that we really need to, that have shown improvements without permits.
okay. How do, who can speak to facilities maintenance?
Probably Lauren and myself.
I'm sorry?
Lauren and myself can answer
Okay,
that.
well, the head count from 3 to 8. Can somebody explain that?
Pardon? The janitors, yes.
That's the janitors. Oh, because we stopped.
We brought back in-house.
Brought it
back
in-house.
in-house.
And that service has gone up dramatically. It's much better.
The services, the professional services went down? Is that what you're saying?
The professional services went down, our cost, labor costs went up, and the quality of the service went up at the same time.
And that is for all buildings or just this building?
Multiple buildings. They do
Who-
some snow removal and stuff too. It's not just like.
So which buildings are we outsourcing completely?
I don't think we have anyone that we're outsourcing right now. I think some of the departments might take care of some of their, like, the water plant, I think the crews take care of it.
So are these people going from building to building?
Some of them.
So are they have a vehicle, or are they go, how are
They
they?
do have a vehicle, yes.
So where did that vehicle come from?
Fleet maintenance.
Okay.
That was just an old one, right?
We have, what, 4? Here's one that has, the compartments for tools.
Yeah.
So he has a tool truck. He has, Colorado, just for going around, and then he has, a pickup truck.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. If that was the end of that question, we'll go on to Candace. 10 minutes.
Professional services didn't go down though.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience and staying with us, because I know we're supposed to be out of here in 10 minutes, but that's not happening tonight. I'm going to start with Fleet, because I think it's going to be really quick. When we say interdepartmental sales, what is that? Say, for instance, Alvin in the traffic department prints unit numbers for one of the trucks. He can do them without me having to outsource all the time to like Bill Carr or sign around. I can get them signed from in-house. Okay. That saves me a lot of money. All right. And how many employees do we have in fleet management? Currently, I have a foreman, a service writer, a mechanic 2, and a mechanic helper and myself. Okay. That's it. Thank you. That's literally all I have for you right now. Stacy, I only have one question for you. How is the HOPE initiative working out? Have we seen a lot of applications for it?
Yes. We have seen an increase in applications.
Oh, good. Alrighty. Do you know how many off the top of your head? Can you just guess? No?
No. I know I think we had close to 70 that went through March board of review, and normally we have 110 a year.
Oh, that is awesome.
How many did you have?
About
70 in March.
that went through March board alone, and normally we have 110 a year.
How many were approved?
Because we only took the ones that were approved, because the other
Okay.
ones, normally at this point, we'd only take ones that are approved, because normally we're waiting for additional information or to get some things cleared up, and so we hold those off.
All right, thank you. Customer service, treasury operations, how many people do we have in that? 19? And so here, when the printing and publishing and the postage that's there, what besides, is that just for like water bills, or what's covered in your printing and publishing?
Water bills, shut-off notices, and property taxes.
And that's only costing us $52,000?
That's the printing and publishing, yes. The postage is another story.
Oh, no, I looked at the postage. That's why I didn't ask, that's why I let that go. Wow. I don't know why I thought that would have cost more.
Usually, I mean, for the postcards, it's not as much, you know, and that's our bulk. We send out every month. So hopefully that's coming down because we're getting more and more people going to the paperless billing. So we're actually around 10,000 people that have signed up for that. So hopefully that'll bring it down because I know postage is going up again in July for both postcards and letters.
And so with the paperless, right now they only have the option to do it online. Do they also get maybe like a text message or something, or we just, yes?
You have to get a text message, emails. Yes.
Awesome. That's it for now for this round, but I'll be back. Because you've got something, no, I was talking to Amanda.
Oh, okay.
You've got something else that I'm far more interested in. Customer service, sewer, nope. I'll wait for my next round for water questions. Actually, I think for this round, I think I'm done, because most of these questions, like Judy said, we kind of get these answered in real time for your department every day. So, go ahead, Judy.
Okay, so one of my questions was about the postage. Amanda, how many, do you have enough money in your budget to cover next year's postage costs with the increase?
I believe so, yes. I mean, like I said, we're really counting on getting the word out to get people to use paperless for the water bills, because that is the biggest, you know, that is the biggest thing that we have going out every time. And we're hoping also to switch over from shut-off letters to shut-off postcards, so that way it would save us additional money.
Oh, that would, I think that's what we should do then.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And how much, our technicians in the fleet department, they get paid, they're all union workers, right?
Yes.
What is their starting wage? Do you know?
Fleet mechanic.
Yeah.
No, we'll start with a helper. The helpers starting rate is 17. FM1 starts around at 24 to 26. Once you're there, FM2, I only have Randy, and he's grandfathered in. Randy's been here now for 30 years, so his salary does not count towards what somebody brand new would be. So even a brand new person for his would be still within that, like 28, somewhere in there.
So that's a decent wage.
Yes.
I don't know how much, my brother-in-law's a mechanic at a dealership, so I know how much he gets paid. So I have an idea of what a good wage is. And it's better benefits than what he gets. So rather work for the city, people, whoever listening, work for the city and not for a dealership, and you'll be better rewarded.
I
Now,
got a wage increase last year.
okay, now diesel mechanics, are they all qualified to do diesel, or are they just a gasoline engine? Both.
We can't separate.
You got too many.
It's too much.
Now, I don't know what diesel mechanics make outside. I just know what he makes at a GM dealership, so I don't. What I'm concerned about is some of our, in my feeling, and this is citywide, is that some of our job classifications are so low on the pay scale. Accountants are very low on the pay scale. Yeah, yep. And
they get what they deserve.
Oh, hush up. You better be glad. So that was some of my concern on that. Now, we were talking about earlier, and I'm gonna go with the IT, with Clyde about a cybersecurity specialist. Wouldn't that fall into the IT department rather than to Clyde?
Yes, and we hired one. We hired one at the end of January.
Okay.
So he had another one in mind, and actually when he said that tonight, it was the first time I heard that he was not looking into that anymore. So.
Okay, because I wanted to make sure that that it was in the right department, number one, and number two, that we weren't talking about two different people. You know.
And I should point out that we do have people attempting, the phishing schemes, the other problems that happen all the time. And it's very important that we have someone that specializes in the cyber stuff.
Absolutely, 100% after what happened in August?
Yeah.
100%. And what else was there? Those were my two big things at this round. Was it granted? What is the name of the one for the legislative?
Granicus.
Granicus. We've already owned that, right?
I believe so. I defer to Davina for that, but I believe so.
Davina, are you there? Do we still own? We own that, right?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Granicus?
No, we don't own it. We still pay a.
We have the license.
Right.
Okay, so we need to get using that, and, because I didn't know, and that falls under us, not you, it falls
Right.
under us, okay.
Right.
Didn't come out of the IT budget. All right, that was, my big thing is getting employees into your department. However we can get employees into your department, we need to do it. Because they are very expensive to send out. I know how much the markup is on labor.
And it's more than just that. It's that if a snowplow goes in the shop, they want it right now because of the weather or the needs, or if a police car has a problem, they want to get back on the road as soon as possible. And if you're sending it out, you can't control how they prioritize things.
100% correct.
Yeah.
It's a fight to try to get back 2-3 police cars that's at a dealership, and especially if one's a K-9 unit. We don't have a big, huge fleet of K-9s.
Right.
I get that car back immediately, because now I have an officer who is out of the truck because he has a dog. So
I just keep crates in my car for mine. So does Mott still have an automotive program?
They do.
And has there been any interest in any of those people to come on board, or do they not have the skills?
I've been to their training,
Job
fairs, and they have started an apprenticeship, and a few of those apprentices have currently applied. I have 4, I want to say, that are from Mott that I have scheduled interviews with to come in as a mechanic helper.
Great, that's at least a big help. And Stacy, I think we've covered you. You want one more. How many people are in your department?
9.
9, and you want one more. Okay.
One thing that is important to point out for this budget is our taxable value is over $1 billion now.
Wow.
And that our increase in taxable value was an astonishing, I believe, 8%, is that right? 8%, which is, that's hard to do in taxable value. So
8%, that's good for the city, bad for the people who had to pay the taxes.
Well, a lot of that would be new.
But most of those taxes do fall under the commercial industrial for the percentage in personal property. I think what was it, 48% of our taxes are only generated from the residential. So a majority of it does come from commercial industrial, so that's why I want to get out there and definitely get what we're missing, improvements on those buildings, so that way we can better make sure those are assessed on that end.
Who's responsible for personal property tax?
Well, I mean, what do you mean?
Like for getting out the applications, or what? Because I mean, years ago.
We send them out. Our office sends them out.
Who tracks that they come back?
We do.
Okay, and you follow up with it? You got the adequate staff to follow up? And then, are people paying on those personal, what happens if people don't pay on the personal property tax?
Amanda goes after them.
But Amanda's a sweetheart. She doesn't,
Oh.
she's not the tough ass like I would be.
No, we do send, I do have 2 enforcement officers who do that, and we coordinate with assessments. In fact, that's what we did 2 weeks ago. One of my employees and one of hers, when they go out in there, and we try and find these businesses to see if they've closed, or if we can, let them know that they owe these taxes.
Okay, and what happens, what's the penalty if they don't pay?
That's something that we are working on, to get them to pay. 'Cause
Under state law, you can actually seize the personal property and sell it.
Madam
Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
I just want to remind the council that the people on the staff people there, they won't be able to be heard online when they're speaking.
Yeah, so
They're not on a microphone.
why don't you pull up a chair
So,
next
just
to
for the
the
record.
table, and then when you answer a question, you can pull up the mic to you. Okay, so you can tell me all about how hard ass you are.
No, we do, my office coordinates with Stacy's, and we go out there and we go to the businesses to locate them, to see if they are still in business. And we go there with their bills and let them know, and, we talk to them about that, and then they can update their records, we update ours. And, because a lot of people, unfortunately, the businesses just leave and they don't tell us.
Right, I get that. They close down, don't tell us. And that's part of the reason why having the business license all interacts with all of this stuff as well. So it's important that that the businesses are licensed, that follows through to the income tax for the employees, as well as the property tax, the personal property tax. How many people do we have out there who have delinquent personal property tax that we should be filing lawsuits on?
I just transferred the rollover, and there was like 300, just over 300 accounts.
It goes to the county?
No, that's the
Stays here.
personal
It goes
property
to the
stays
state.
here.
No, it stays here.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so what are well, we'll have to see what happens. What has happened in the past, like last year, how much did we collect?
Oh, I don't know the amount on that. I'd have to run a report to let you know.
But they do, when they go out, they seem to have a decent
Yeah.
turnout
Yeah, when
to
the
get
employees go out
money.
there, they go out there. When, the ones that they find, we do have a good success rate of getting them to pay when we go out there.
Okay, good. Now, I'm gonna go to the water bills, and we sent a bunch of water bills of business owners to collection. Is that what we did, or which group of people who owed water did we send to collection?
Inactive renters.
And have we had, do you remember the amount of money we turned over?
We didn't do any in 2024, but the ones that we did in 23, it was right around between 6 or 7 million.
And how much have we collected?
Not nearly as much. We usually bring in, CBM is who collects for us, and we get around $10,000 a month. And then we've gone to court several times, and in each of the cases, we've won those, and then they're collecting on those for us.
So $24 million about is what we've turned over to collection, and we
No,
get
6 million.
6 million, okay.
6 to 7 million,
Okay, and we get 10,000 a month on that.
yes.
So that's, I want to make that clear, especially with, luckily, we did pass the water stabilization. So that is part of why we need this extra $2 million so that we can keep track of that. Why didn't we send anything for last year?
Just because staff turnover.
Too much staff turnover?
Mhm.
What do you need from us to help that? Is there anything we can do to help that?
No, now I have staff that's been here now because, we had wage increases. So now people are staying, because before, they could go somewhere else and, get a better wage. Now that we're more competitive, now I have people that are staying, so.
Do we have a policy or an ordinance written for water turnovers to collection?
I'm not sure if it's.
I don't think we have an ordinance that speaks to
Do
that.
we, I mean, because we need to have a set policy so that it's routine. On a monthly basis, we turn them over or whatever if we can't collect, rather than waiting like at the end of the year when we have millions of dollars. So that's, again, collecting water bills is an issue. We know that.
Yeah, if I had more, if there was more staff at Water Service Center for us to do the turnoffs, that's what, we would be so much better off, but unfortunately, they don't have the staff, and that's my biggest problem.
So we need to have more staff in that area, which we will
Absolutely.
address when they come before us.
Yes.
Make a note, people. I'll make a note too, to address that issue. What else was there? There was one more question I had.
Let me write it down.
I'll remember. I'll come back. All right, go ahead. Who else? What? Dennis, you have
Yeah, I'm gonna circle back to facilities maintenance, because somebody mentioned that with the increase of wages, the professional services should go down, but it's
I
going up.
didn't say it should go down. What I said, we're not spending as much.
We're spending more this, you're
We
asking for
did
more
budget
money.
more for facilities maintenance because this is obviously an old campus here. We have lots of problems that we need to address, and we actually increased it a little bit so that we can try to whittle away at some of the problems that we have on in this building.
But,
if you just talk to some of the staff, you'll find out about, I think last meeting we talked to the planning, they were talking about the problems that they have in their offices, and that's just one example of the issues that we have.
no, I understand that, but what are we using? So we increased staff and we're increasing professional services, so obviously you get what you pay for, so why did we feel the need to do professional services more? Like, what are we gonna spend more for professional services
The
if we
professional
hired the
services would be
additional five?
for fixing up the building where things which our staff, our maintenance staff is pretty thin. We don't have an awful lot of employees in the maintenance staff. And we're trying to address some of the problems that we have in this building.
So was the janitor service that we used before, was that under a different budget?
I
No,
think
no.
that's what he was saying, was that because we brought that in-house, the janitorial is actually contributing to less of the professional services now that those are more contributed towards wages.
Yeah, we're spending more on the maintenance of the building. I mean, there's a.
No, I know, it's, the building's falling apart, I'm just trying to figure out,
The actual operating did go down from last fiscal year. So there was a reduction in that, and the actual overall budget did go down too for
where do you see the,
facility.
where are you seeing that at?
On the, if you
Summary
look
page.
on your, yes, so if you look on your, did you give them this?
Yes.
Yeah, I got it,
Yep, so on page,
they're not numbered, but,
well, it's page 3, so.
yeah, page 3, I got it, I'm
Okay,
looking at it.
So if you'll see from 24 to 25, it was 2.323.
Yeah, but that's that 23, 24 is, because of the pension, that's got nothing, I mean, you
No,
almost
I'm
gotta
talking
skip that
20
year.
But I'm talking 24, 25 to 25, 26 is what we're talking about now. It actually went down.
Yeah, but if you go back to 22, 23,
Oh, yeah, that's because of the pension grant.
no, I know that, but I'm saying before that, that's why I said, like, looking at the final numbers for 23, 24 are kind of useless. You gotta look at 22, 23 in the trend line. We go from 1.7 to 2.25. Like, that's the things that I look at. So the professional services is in line, but the same token is where, so that's what I'm asking. When we hired the janitorial out before, was that under a different budget? Because
No, that, in the past it was under 801, the professional services. It's just that the decision was made to keep the number higher so we can spend more money fixing up the building using, other contractors.
Okay, so this is just a straight budget increase. We're keeping the money as if we had to hire out
Right.
all of the janitorial, but we're also adding it to wages, right?
That's correct. We added wages, and if we had kept the professional services without the janitorial, it would have gone down, but we increased it so we could fix up the building.
Do we have, I mean, we're not gonna fix up the building much with only $400,000.
No, you're not gonna spend a lot, but, I mean, it doesn't take, look around the building, you're gonna see all
Okay.
sorts of problems.
We'll put a pin in that. Amanda, circling back to what Judy somewhat mentioned in your personal property taxes, how do we go back? Because I think that there is in a huge amount of businesses where the employees don't pay the 0.5% or the 1%. What's our double check on that? Do we have, like, if this Mexican place, because I can see it out the window, hires an employee, what checks do we have to make sure that we're getting a 1% if they live here or 0.5%? How do we verify that?
I know Innovative does some stuff for us, and that's something that we have, when the state is coming in, that is something that we mention to them.
So right now, there is nothing?
I mean, I believe there is, but it's not.
It's not very robust. That's one of the
Yes,
reasons why the
that's-
state is such an attractive option, because they do know.
Because they would be able to cross-check the numbers.
That's right.
Yes.
I think that there is a ton of people, and probably more in the 0.5% category, that come in, use city services and whatnot, and don't pay their 0.5%.
Right. And that was something that we even discussed with the state representatives that came in here, because all the people that have come in here and did, all the road work, the
Right.
ones that are on 475, the ones that did
And I
all that,
said all of this before.
Yeah.
What checks and balances do we have for the vendors that we pay?
Yeah.
That pay, the employees that come in, all the vendors of our preferred contractors, are those contractors paying their 0.5%?
If you look at the staff review that we're doing now, this has only been in the last couple of months. There's a place where we have to verify whether or not the vendor is in compliance with the city. We have the federal, state, and the city. And one of the things we look at with that are if they're a vendor.
But what does in compliance mean?
Well, if you're talking about for being in compliance with the city, if they're working in the city, they should be.
But we're not doing certified payroll, so what's the checks and balances for that?
If they're not paying anything, we've had some people that when we've looked at their that company, there's been absolutely no
Right.
taxes being paid by that
Right.
company. They're located in Flint, so we know that they're not in compliance.
Right.
One of our preferred vendors?
Well, they're not anymore.
Okay. I think that's a huge revenue thing. So is there a possibility, like, can we bring on another person to your office or is that information not available? Like, can we reach out to the state and get that data and cross-reference it, or no?
I can ask, because I know that was, like I said, we asked them specifically because of all the contracts from the state for the roads. I'm like, all these businesses are doing it. It's not the state doing it, and then we never heard back on it. And I think that it's just one of those things that is hard to pinpoint who's in here.
It seems to me we should be able to reach out to the state and say, give us a list of every contractor, one with the addresses in the Flint, and do they have employees? Are they writing off employees? and they cross-reference that to whether or not they're paying tax on that.
Now, I can ask again on that, because that's, like I said, that was one of our big asks on that, because
I think the
they
bigger-
have more access to
Yeah.
information than we
The state
would.
has all the keys to that. I think
Yes.
it would be a bigger challenge for an out-of-state, or out-county or out-state coming into work, trying to track that. I think that would be probably mission impossible, but we have enough probably violators within the city to.
And we are trying to track those, because we do, it's called a good standing form, and anyone who's gonna be, getting a new vendor, they send it to my office, we verify everything.
But that's just if they want to do business. I'm talking.
Yeah.
Anybody, you
Right,
know.
but I mean, it's a start.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what else I have. Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. I actually have some questions for IT. Sure to keep this real brief for you. Good evening. Thank you for holding on. It's like 8 o'clock and we're just now getting to you, so thank you for your patience. Right here where it says temporary and seasonal employees, what does that mean? Who does that cover? Because I noticed we're projecting that we're gonna go from 12,000 to 27,000.
Okay. What was it called?
Temporary and seasonal employees.
Yeah, because currently we don't have, we have 8 filled positions and we have 2 unfilled positions. And those are all full-time, so nothing's temporary or seasonal there.
So are we not going to, because I noticed we're budgeting for it. So typically, what does that take care of?
To be honest with you, I'd never had seasonal employees.
Part-time, now, account number, I don't think we use that anymore. We were trying to get away from that.
Where are you looking? Where do you see that?
Does it show, I think it's blank, isn't it, for this current year?
Yeah, we're trying to get away from that. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We're trying to get away from using the temporary and seasonal.
We budgeted for it.
I don't see
Not in
it.
this year.
25 or
Blank.
26.
No.
It's blank.
Blank.
It does say it right here.
But it's blank.
Oh,
No,
did I
you're-
do the wrong line? Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
we're-
thank you.
we're kind of-
Holiday
We had
pay
to
we're
make
looking at.
classifications for wages. We figured it made more sense to consolidate.
I got it, I see it, I highlighted the wrong line with it. Thank you, that was pretty simple. And you just answered my next question of how many people. Next, when we're talking about professional services, what is that covering?
That's usually working with vendors to help us install software, hardware.
And then your communications, what does that cover for you? What's in that budget?
That would be AT&T, Verizon.
Makes sense. All right, and then with the education, training, and conferences, it seems like you all budgeted kind of low for that, especially with what you do, and then the fact that, and luckily we made it through, but we had to bring in some outside people when we had that cyber attack. Are you all taking any proactive measures to kind of make sure that if it does happen again, it's something that maybe you can handle and we won't have to do something external? Or, and you can feel free to correct me, I will not be offended, because this is your world, so you understand it far better than I do.
Yeah, with the new network security administrator coming on, and we're still working with other vendors to bring in other solutions. Yeah, we feel comfortable, never, 100%.
Right, yeah.
That it won't happen again. I think we were fortunate that it wasn't worse than it
Yeah, no, and the time that we live in now, the fact that you even feel comfortable that it won't happen again is astonishing. Because again, it's literally no fault of your own or any skill set in our department, it's just what people do now. And it's what people do globally. So I think last time it happened too, but we can be attacked at any point in time from anywhere on earth. And so I'm just wondering, as best you can, because like I said, I see that your training and conference budget is really low for the time that we live in, of just cyber attacks and all kind of other craziness.
Right.
So do you all consider like going to more trainings or doing more, or is that 5,000 gonna
it's possible.
suffice?
I mean, it might not hurt. We have like I said, we have the new network security administrator, and he has some pretty good qualifications. He actually teaches security at a college in Texas, virtual. But
of course.
So as of now, we don't see any of the any necessary training that we need right now.
Man, I don't think you understood him. He teaches virtually to people in Texas, or he works here virtually from
For
Texas?
a college in Texas.
There, he's here, Judy. He's just teaching.
Yeah.
Oh. She was shocked that somebody came to Michigan. I don't know why you would be shocked. Michigan is the better state.
There's a Flint there, too.
Oh, gosh. Now it's going to be like a whole bunch of people from Texas ready to kill me. Oh, well. Michigan born and raised. So, but yeah, I think with your department, my only concern is just making sure that we are as prepared as we can be for any eventualities.
Yeah, and we have applied for a couple cybersecurity grants that were available. So there is some training in that. Right now, the ones we applied for were for user training, not on the administrator side. So that will happen in the next round. So I think we'll be able to get any training we need through that cybersecurity grant.
I think my other questions I probably just need to ask you offline, because I don't want to like help the cybersecurity thieves or whatever they are. So I'll ask you the rest offline, but thank you.
Okay.
I think I am done, because it's like 8 o'clock and this department is fine.
I just have one more question, and it is gonna IT. So my understanding is that for system upgrades, I'm gonna talk about a council, us. I understand, I thought that we'd all gotten new laptops when we came on. Is that true? No. Okay, so our laptops are old. Hint, hint, hint.
I mean, you're in the current batch with everyone else. I mean, has been new ones because we get more staff. We need more laptops. But the last deployment, you're in the same batch as those. Yeah.
And they're only 3 years old then. We
It's
weren't
not
given
too bad.
used. We weren't, no, it's my laptop at home that I use for my business is older than that. And one of my clients is replacing his 10-year-old laptop this year, yeah. That was my only question that I had. If nobody else has, go ahead.
My last two questions are for Fleet. The repairs and maintenance for $450,000. What's the repairs and maintenance for our repair and maintenance division?
That's how we expense our repairs and maintenance. Like all repair, PMs, anytime we have an accident, that I gotta pay a vendor to do body damage, all the oil changes that we can get done at Applegate, it all comes out of that one GL account.
Oh, okay. So we don't do oil changes?
Oh, yes, we just can't do it. We can't, I don't have enough staff to do them all.
Okay.
We definitely need more staff for.
Yeah, I can't
division.
sustain it.
You have the budget allocation, you just can't find the people?
I don't have the people.
Okay.
It's hard to find the
I don't
people.
have the labor hours, the man labor hours to keep up.
Ever since I've been with the city, we've been advertising for mechanics.
Yes.
I thought you were going to say ever since you stopped using
What, so is that is that something that we can help with wages? We can offer bonuses, like sign-on like, tell us how we can help you.
Trying to find mechanics right now, it's just, the field itself is hurting. It's just not a lot out there. The guys who are mechanics, they are mechanics. You typically leave from where they are. You know, they become grandfathered in. You've been there, you got your seniority. It's just hard to get a mechanic to move. Right now, unfortunately, kids are not going to school to be a mechanic. So we're losing the young generation. So I don't have a replenishment into my field. That's the problem.
So I would say if you can put heads together and see whether we do sign-on bonuses or we need to adjust pay, tell us how we can help you. So
I appreciate that. We definitely need to look at it because this has been one of my biggest headaches since
equipment,
worked for the
1.5 million.
Purchasing.
That's just new vehicles?
That's new.
Because I know we've replaced a lot of the police cruisers and we've done other things. So that initially drives down maintenance costs, right?
Yeah, it does, of course, of course. But you still have some on the books prior to me even getting here.
So is this
We don't
one?
have the street sweepers yet. We have a fire truck that's still outstanding.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there's a.
They built it.
So that stuff is incorporated in that
Because you have
number.
1.5 for equipment and then 1.3 for vehicles.
Yeah, because you got four plow trucks, 2 swap loaders. This was all pre-me. And that money is encumbered.
That's what we're planning on buying?
It's already done.
We've ordered it, but it hasn't
It's
shown up
ordered.
yet.
What do you mean? It's not even approved budget yet.
No,
No.
we ordered stuff last year that we haven't received yet.
I know, but you're budgeting it for expense of this upcoming year.
Yeah,
We have to, it's not received, it won't be received in this year. Right?
right.
So
it
the
gets
budget
expensed
is
this year, then
encumbered.
This is a nationwide problem. If you talk to cities, we're all having problems getting equipment.
It's all accounting lingo and how it's timed.
Yeah.
But the 1.3 in vehicles, those aren't that far lead out, so right? So those are ones we plan on purchasing this year?
Which ones?
The 1.3 million allocation.
Oh, yes, we still have to replace some of the leases. We have, Jiggy has 2, and I have 1 more for street maintenance. So they are, all 3 of the leased, loaders are gonna have to be replaced, or either we gotta purchase those, because they're on lease. We're gonna lose 3 big pieces of heavy equipment. So, you know, those run $235 and
So
better.
is that under equipment or is that under vehicles?
Equipment.
So
Vehicle is a vehicle, equipment is, they
So
separate
that's what I'm
it.
saying, the vehicle allowance is 1.3, so those are planned upgrades that we haven't placed orders for?
I have not.
Okay.
Like the Fords, we have a fleet of Fords that we're gonna have to replace. Some of those Ford, like the heavy duties, and a couple of them are diesel and a couple are like 150s.
What department uses Fords?
Street still has quite a few.
Do they?
And they're 2017s. They are on their last leg.
Is there a maintenance cost that you're seeing between different manufacturers?
Oh, yes. Parts are
Put it on the
different.
record.
Yeah, parts prices are different.
Tell them what you really feel,
I'm dead.
because you've told me before.
Exactly. GM is not the same price as a Ford. I know you guys know that. Chevy, it depends. You got your Chevy. Chevy is less expensive than GM. GM is gonna be top of the line. And then you have Ford. Ford is right at the same earmark kinda as a Chevy, but Ford typically has different issues than Chevy. Ford tends to have electrical and so the cost, if you've ever tried to diagnose electrical issues, you're looking for spaghetti, okay?
Yeah.
You're just chasing wires at this point. The man hours that it takes to find that broken wire.
So are you making these recommendations on manufacturers when we place orders?
I do my best, yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. You're done even before your time. I think you were supposed to be here till 9. All right, again, a reminder that if you have any additional questions, please put them in writing, and the department will get back with us in writing and communicate those answers to all of our council members. This budget hearing is adjourned at 8:29.
You guys are off record, so I don't wanna just blow a company up.
The Pistons are winning too. What?
I was gonna turn it off. Did you see my thing about Kreidler getting sent down?
Was it Kreidler that got sent down?
Kreidler's getting sent down and bringing Young back up.
Young. That's good.
Dodge.
You like it.
I also liked Torque when he was terrible. I also liked Hobby when he was not doing good, but now he's hitting. So, yeah, you gotta give these guys some time and some grace.
Did give a lot